Let us finally continue our adventures after celebrating my birthday party. Been streamed before yesterday because I had a birthday party, so now I can. And let us continue. March 28th, 3:02 p.m. Detention Center. Visitors, room. Hello, Pyro. You withheld information from me. Why?
I didn't withhold anything, or at least I didn't mean to. Okay, so you are a member of the very big circus, right? No, I mean yes, but no. I'm not really a member. I'm still new.
That's irrelevant. You're still a member. Oh, you just fainted.
Let's try this again. Why didn't you tell us? Because it would have looked so suspicious. Me being a performer in the circus show, and me being friends with Bronco. I thought if anyone found out, nobody would believe I was innocent. Not even you, Kay.
I thought I made it clear that I believed in you.
But when you stare at me like that, I get so terrified.
You're a real smooth operator, aren't you, Miles? Any other client scaring tips you want to share? You're really not helping, Fender. And at this rate, it sounds like we really need to question him about everything all over again.
So, what do you do at the circus, Simeon? I'm an animal tamer. Kind of. I'm still learning the ropes. That's so cool. Do you get to train lions and tigers, and bears and stuff? Lions, tigers, bears? Oh my! No. I work with this little guy.
Looks pretty tame already to me. So you're not exactly a tamer. More like one of those old-timey organ grinders.
No, money. I'm trying to. Oh, you little scamp.
He's doing a Ratatouille thing. Something tells me it's the organ grinder who's being monkeyed around. When we spoke to you before, you said you worked at the company.
I was telling the truth. The circus is a company. We all have titles and everything. The ringmaster is the CEO, and I guess you can call me a gopher. I even have a line manager. She's the head of the animal taming department. It's part of the showbiz division. She's such an inspiration. There isn't a creature in the world she couldn't convince to do her bidding.
Even Miles here? I'd like to see somebody whip him into shape. I am not some of the kind of creature, Fender. So, this line manager, was she working with you on the show?
Yes, it was just us two. It wasn't all that big of a job compared to what we normally do. She's usually the one performing on stage. I just do all the monkey work. But I did have a bit part. I do have a bit part this time. I think that's supposed to say a big part. So only 2 members of the circus are relevant to this case. Alright, talk me through your movements here at the facility. Sure, I came to see Bronco at around noon 2 days ago.
And that was when you brought him at the chess set?
Yes, and that same evening, I started work on setting up the stage in the yard. It was so hard. I had to haul everything in by myself over multiple trips. They let us use one of those rooms in the prison for storage. Workshop A, I think.
Workshop A, where Knight's body was found.
You mean your boss didn't help you? Oh no, I could never ask her to shelve all that stuff around. Like I said, the monkey's work's my job. Once it was all set up, we did a run-through and it must have been, midnight by the time I left. The next morning, I was back and ready for the show, which started at 8 a.m. Then we performed till 10?
So Mr. Saint was the only one of the pair to have entered the room where the body was found. And Knight's body was found immediately after the show had ended. Do you have any idea why you were arrested?
And why so quickly? I never seen a guy get booked so fast. Surely even Lil Winner couldn't just pull somebody in on a hunch.
Never underestimate the power of an underdeveloped intellect.
I think I might know why. When I was moving all the stuff, I went to see how he was doing. Bronco, I mean.
You went to the Holy Cells on your own? Tell me you had permission.
No, it wasn't a formal visit or anything, so I just sort of snuck over and hoped no one stopped me.
But you just seen him earlier that same day. Why take the risk?
I known him since we were kids, when both of us were alone. He doesn't have any family, you see. Just like me. I knew he'd be feeling lonely, that he wanted somebody to talk to, so I had to go see him.
Huh? You don't have any family?
For a while I had my dad, but he passed away when I was just a little kid.
Losing one's father as a child. I know that pain all too well.
He's just like you and me, Mr. Edgeworth.
There was nobody else nearby when you went to see him?
No, the other holding cells were empty, and I didn't see any guards.
Well, somebody must have seen you, or you wouldn't be here in there.
Oh no! I messed up so bad, didn't I?
So the assumption is that something happened while the two were alone together. At least I imagine that would be Winner and Judge Gavel's thinking. In any case, I think we need to speak to your boss next.
As I heard, she's supposed to be around today too. Somewhere in the yard? Tell her I'm sorry, won't you? I'm so sorry. I can't believe I let this happen.
Sure thing, Simeon. We're here for you. If there's anything else we can do, just say the word.
I mean, there's nothing I can do for you in return.
You don't have to worry about that. We're friends. We know what it's like to be in your shoes. We're all part of the same club, after all. Right, Mr. Edgeworth?
Unfortunately so, I'm afraid. Thank you for sharing such personal details with us. By the sound of it, you have little reason to kill Knight. If anything, you're the one most affected by his passing. And what's more, I simply don't believe a person as gentle as you is capable of murder. Rest assured, we believe you, and we will get you out of here.
Well, what do we have here? A gosh darn defense attorney. That's what. Bravo, big guy. I can't believe I'm saying it, but you even reminded me of your old man for a moment there.
I did?
From the Book of Gregory, an attorney is a friend to the friendless. Simeon me bucko, this guy'll suffer any hardship for your friendship. Think it's gonna be shiply amazing.
I didn't realize Talk Like a Pirate Day had come early this year, Fender.
But that's just the thing. You'll never know when a pirate will strike next. Anyway, kid, you want some candy?
No, thanks. I don't like sweet stuff.
Oh, bummer.
I wouldn't mind a nice ship myself. A great thief's galleon for the dread pirate K. Yahar, me hearties. We'll sail the seven seas together and claim the greatest treasure of all, the truth.
Shiver me timbers, you two will be the death of me. Come on, let's set sail for the prison yard. But no sea shanties on the way, please.
Look, the shutter's open.
That's the way down to the yard, I believe.
Let's go take a look. Come on. What are you waiting for?
Huh, someone's excited.
March 28th, 3:37 p.m. Prison. Yard.
So this is the famous yard. The circus performance was taking place here just before the body was discovered.
Check it out. It's like the backtrack to some epic festival.
Most of the prisoners were assembled here when the body was discovered, which means that anyone who saw the show has an alibi. Alright, time to take a look around.
Eee!
Kay!
Stop hitting me! Help! Mr. Edgeworth!
Cease and desist, you beast!
Ah, somebody, I'll help! I'll be... Stay, Azia! Stay! Who's that? Aw, you found a new friend to play with. Good for you, girl. Play with? Your elephant nearly ate me. No way, she never do a thing like that. Azia doesn't even bite. At least, not very often.
So she does have a taste for human flesh.
How did you like meeting a real live elephant up close? Aren't you glad you did? Yeah, glad I didn't die. But you did have fun, right? Right?
There, sweetie. Don't cry. She had a wonderful time, didn't you, Kay?
Don't mislead the poor girl, Fender.
She did? Oh, I'm so happy.
Here, let me make it up to you. How about a hug? Okay, keep your drink to yourself.
Aw, another new friend. Isn't this just the best day ever?
I am Associate Defense Attorney Miles Edgeworth.
Oh my gosh, I'm so sorry. I haven't even introduced myself. I'm Regina. It's so nice to meet you. I'm Kay, Great Thief Extraordinaire and Mr. Associate Defense Attorney's greatest associate.
The self-introduction brought you by the word convoluted.
And Real Elephant's newest friend is Mr. Fender, the defense attorney. Oh, he's not just any elephant. That's Azia, the Asian elephant. Azia stopped the second you told her to. You really have a way with animals, Regina. Well, I wouldn't be much of an animal tamer if I didn't. What? So you're Simeon's boss? That's right. Regina Berry, head of the animal taming department. Head of the animal taming department. Showbiz division. Berry Big Circus. It's so lovely to meet all of you.
The pleasure's all ours, mademoiselle. The name's Eddie Fender. I'm a bit of an ace attorney.
So much for whipping me into shape.
Yes, she's perfect.
What are you muttering to yourself about, Kay?
That positivity, that charisma, that energy. Regina, you make a perfect partner in crime for the Great Thief Yatagarasu. Great Thief? That sounds like fun. Animals and I have stolen the spotlight quite a bit in our time. That's the one thing we don't want to steal. Gotta keep it down on the down low, all stealthy ninja-like. But where's the fun without a show? The down low sounds like it might get me down. Bummer. I think we got a fundamental difference of opinion going on here.
It would indeed appear that our negotiations have broken down. Maybe next time, Kay.
Well, Mr. Edgeworth, let's get cracking. Too bad we can't see much about what's beyond that metal fence, though.
Indeed. And we're in sore need of information in addition to evidence. Therefore, we should make an effort to talk with any persons of interest as well.
Hey!
Who are you shouting at?
Ponds like this usually have goldfish in them, right? I want to see if they come to say hello.
I only see water striders.
Hey, water striders are cool. They can walk on water like ninjas. Whoosh, whoosh. Man, I wish I could do that.
So much for the goldfish. If you're the head of the animal taming department, you must be Mr. Saint's boss.
That's right. My dad founded the Berry Big Circus, but he passed away. He was murdered. I'm so sorry to hear about that. But we have a new ringmaster now, and he's made the circus bigger and better than ever. He's such a nice man, and he was a good friend of my dad's too. Wow, that's great. Look at you. I know, right? It was his idea to set up departments like animal taming, magic, and ventriloquy. Ventriloquy. Yeah. Only animal taming and ventriloquy have more than one person right now. But the Berry Big Circus is getting bigger and better day by day. Sounds like you guys are really going places.
They're getting on well. I'll leave them to it. Can you tell me about the show?
Oh, it's a wonderful thing. It even has a story. And not just any story, it's a love story. Isn't that dreamy?
Sounds like a regular ride. So who's the star of the show? Let me guess. You?
No, silly, that would be Azia. She falls in love with no one other than Regent the Tiger. It's a heart-rending saga of forbidden interspecies romance.
Whoa, Nelly, I've heard of odd couples, but that takes the biscuit.
And that's not all. There's a love triangle too. It's so romantic. That sounds pretty incredible, huh, Mr. Edgeworth?
So the elephant is the heroine. I suppose there's a first time for everything.
And, who's the third wheel?
Oh, that would be the big old meaty who tries to tear our star-crossed lovers apart. Oh, what animal do you think it is, Mr. Edgeworth?
Given that it is a circus, perhaps a lion?
I think a raven would be cool, like the Yatagarasu. Hehe, no, it's a sneaky monkey.
That's certainly lowered the stakes.
Oh, you mean money, right? No, again, the role of the monkey is played by Simeon. Money's far too small to play against Azia and Regent, silly. Anyway, the evil villain tries to tear Azia and Regent apart. What will become of the fated twosome? It's so exciting, isn't it? Oh, wow, it sure is.
So, Mr. Saint was more than just the little helper he claims to be.
Poor Simeon. It'd be terrible if he couldn't perform with us anymore.
Can you tell me about how you set things up for the performance?
Oh, that's not really my area. Simeon took care of all of the lifting and carrying. He's such a sweetie. He ought to do everything by telling me to concentrate on the show. I did see him doing something near that well, though.
Oh well, I recall seeing one behind the stage. I should examine it in more detail.
You should have seen him, moving those huge cages around all by himself. He's a total hero. Yeah. Sounds like something you would do.
Weeping all the while.
He was going back and forth between the yard here and some sort of workshop with all the equipment. The prison gave us special permission to use it for the storage. But he was the only one who went down there, so I don't know much more than that.
The workshop must be the one where Knight's body was found. I guess this confirms that Mr. Save was the only performer to have gone into Workshop A.
Well, this sucks. All we're getting is information that works against us. You have to help Simeon, Mr. Attorney. We're all counting on you. Just leave it to us. He may not look it, but Mr. Edgeworth knows how to get things done.
And what exactly is he may not look it supposed to mean? Oh, hey, you're here.
Mr. Attorney, sir. And how are you today, if you don't mind me asking?
Hey, we just talked to you earlier, Mr. Sawit.
Oh heavens, I do apologize. Ever since I came to call this place home, I've been working on my interpersonal skills, you see.
In order to be as annoying as possible?
I'm currently helping out with the circus show's stage teardown and cleanup. But if you have any need of me, I'll do my utmost to help. I'm just chipping in, doing what I can. Model prisoner that I am. Yes, my stay in this prison has seen me reborn. The Frank Sawat you see before you is a changed man.
A changed man? Who targets the recently deceased?
No, you misunderstand. That was just a moment of madness.
A moment of madness? Ugh, you're a disgrace to all thieves everywhere.
You're right, of course. I can't deny it. I still have a long way to go.
As a thief?
Anyway, as you can see, I have a shiny new bracelet now. So it's straight and narrow for me. Like I say, I'm a model prisoner.
Not a real model prisoner would need to keep telling me that.
I'm doing everything I can to prepare for my eventual return to society.
Yeah, you even skipped the show to focus on your training, didn't you?
That's right. Only 2 inmates are absent. Sawat and Canis. Why did you tell us about Mr. Canis sooner?
That. Look, I don't think there is an inmate in this prison who would talk about him if they didn't have to. He's, well, you could say he's the real one in charge around here.
You didn't hear it from me, but, well, I guess it comes from being the fixer.
The fixer?
Yes, anything you need, he can get it for you.
But how does he get away with it?
I'm not sure, but he's the only one who does. I heard he has a secret way of getting things into the facility.
I imagine being the fixer affords Canis certain privileges.
Not that I concern myself with such things anymore, of course. I'm far more interested in perfecting my mud pack application technique.
And what are these mud packs exactly?
They're a special type of mud treatment, rich with minerals. It works wonders on their coats. I've been practicing it on the animals here in the prison. I hope to treat them all eventually.
Speaking of mud, it reminds me of a certain piece of evidence. You guys should try presenting it to him.
Where is the mud? Yeah, this one also has mud on it.
That's the rubber glove I dropped.
Would you care to explain why it's so dirty?
Oh, of course. That's mud from one of the pet treatments I've been practicing. I was giving one of the animals a mud pack right when the incident happened.
I see. Around what time would this have been?
Let's see. The show had already started, so around 9 AM perhaps. The thing is, the more mud I applied, the more in the zone I got, and the darker the animal's fur became. There's no trance quite like the trance one enters when one slathers an animal with thick black mud.
I think the stress of the prison might be getting to him.
Of course, it's all thanks to the warden that we have access to such wonderful distractions. I am eternally grateful, truly I am. Oops.
A simple, steadily built well. I wonder if it was the work of the prisoners.
Somebody left a bunch of tools lying around. There's a long piece of rope and a pretty heavy looking weight. Let's see, it weighs 30 pounds. Oh, and there's some pulleys too.
Okay, can you stop touching everything in sight?
Oh, come on, it's not like I was gonna take anything.
Huh. What exactly were they being used for, I wonder? This must be the stage for the show.
Do you think people would be interested in a great thieving show?
I'm sure the police would be very eager to attend. An Asian elephant named Azia, and one of the very big circus's many animals. She certainly seems very fond of petting humans based on what we've seen. Well, most humans.
You can't just glare at her like that, Mr. Edgeworth. She'll think you're trying to show her who's boss.
Are you telling me she thinks I'm one of her kind?
No, just that she respects you, I guess.
How comforting.
What's up? Who doesn't love a good circus performance, eh? A foray into the realm of fantasy.
If the performance is a good one, it certainly can be entertaining, yes.
Man, I'm getting pumped just thinking about it.
A chance to escape reality, however brief, can often be a powerful tonic.
You got that right. Doesn't it just make you want to hug something?
Like the circus.
I'm gonna show you, right in the shadow of the fence that keeps these guys in. Just the magic of the big top is enough to make them forget they're in the same boat as the animals.
The fence. I suppose I should examine it too. It is part of this facility, after all.
Well, we missed the show, but we still got the stage and all of this stuff to check out.
He's right. I should all look over the show set and the equipment, just in case something useful turns up.
Chat over, huh? You don't exactly give a guy a lot to work with, Miles. Kid's really something, huh? Wish I had a tenth of her starry-eyed outlook.
I suppose that's because her head seems to be up in the clouds.
Right? She's so above it all that no one dares to go against her. Bet she doesn't even need to crack a whip with the animals. The eyes go from starry to steely, and suddenly it's sit, stay.
I could think of somebody who very much enjoys cracking the whip.
You can, huh? You can, huh? Sounds like a real piece of work. Come on, Miles Areno, spill the beans.
Trust me, Fender, one crack of her whip and you'll be running for the courthouse doors.
Fun karma.
Okay, stop looking at the background.
Danger! High voltage! I never saw one of these in real life. Hey, that must be the fabulous garden outside the warden's office over there.
Ah, yes. The Warden LaGuard mentioned being able to see it from her window on the detention center side.
Wish that dumb barred metal fence wasn't in the way, though. I thought it was all one big yard.
Given I protected the warden's seam of a little bit of earth, I imagine it's to keep the riffraff like us out.
There you are. Who said that? Oh, the warden.
Regina, Cupcake,
Oh, Warden LaGuard!
I've been simply dying to sit you down for a chat. You exquisite little thing.
Do you mind if I ask a little about the prison?
Oh, not at all. This is my pride and joy, my home. Sure, it was a prison when I first arrived, and it was awful and utter disgrace.
Awful? I suppose you mean the prisoners were unruly?
I most certainly do not. They're angels, every one of them, and they always have been. No, it was the ambience that was awful. I fretted, I brooded, and then it hit me. The animals. If anyone could brighten up the place, it was them.
It is nice to having them around.
Isn't it just? And now look at my fabulous little family. Why, my darling Frankie is the very picture of rehabilitation.
Except for when he's rifling through dead men's pockets.
Alright.
We have so many success stories among the family, but darling Frankie really is a marvel. He's thrown himself into his vocational training and is always the first to volunteer for everything.
What? And your other model prisoners don't do that?
Oh, of course they do, my dear, of course. There are such tryers, such doers. It's just that Frankie, let's just say he knows what's good for him.
What exactly does she mean by that?
Anyway, he's a very good boy, so do try to be nice to him, won't you?
Damn. She's got him by the balls.
Loud, soaring music, great leaping animals, the very big circus truly has it all. And everybody who comes here gets to see it once a month.
Really? In that case, let me see.
She better not be thinking of something to confess to. This monthly show, is it always performed by the Very Big Circus?
But of course, sweetie, I'm Regina's biggest fan. That girl's my little princess, my superstar. She's so wonderfully talented. Yes, she is. Yes, she is. And she's so adorable, so sweet. I could just gobble her up, right up.
You're not lying when you say you're her biggest fan, huh?
Which is why I'm worried about her. So worried. It's all because of poor Simeon, you see. If he's found guilty, why, darling Regina will be devastated. So you simply must make sure that doesn't happen, Mr. Lawyer. Please, I'm begging you. If there's anything I could do to help you clear up this awful misunderstanding, you let me know. Regina, darling, you put on the most splendid show for us yet again. The stage, the stars, and you in particular, my princess. It was simply divine.
Hehe, that's so nice of you. I hope everybody else who watched it enjoyed it too.
How about that, dear? I'm afraid I have something awful to confess. There were some absences, you see.
She must mean Canis and Sawat.
We were 3 members short. Unbelievable, I know. How will you ever forgive me?
I'm sorry, but you're saying 3 inmates didn't attend the show?
That's right, sweetie. I counted the seats myself. 1, 2, 3 no-shows. I always make sure there are enough seats for everybody.
But, Mr. Edgeworth, that's not right, is it?
Indeed. As far as we're aware, Mr. Canis and Mr. Sowett were the only ones not present. This doesn't add up. Who is the third missing prisoner, and what were they doing? It seems we need to investigate further.
Oh, I was enjoying my chat with dear Regina so much I almost forgot. I must feed the little one.
Little one?
Yikes!
Oh,
Alligator!
You're looking as adorable as always, Allie, my sweet.
Allie the alligator.
Aw, she's so pretty. And what a cute name.
Yes, Allie the alligator. Isn't she a darling? She's my favorite, aren't you? Yes, you are.
I'm so jealous. Can I pet her?
Of course, princess, of course.
Boy howdy, these two were made for one another. They look like they will be busy for a while.
Maybe we should, go back inside the prison and check the cells.
yes, let's. Perhaps we can find a clue there as to who our third missing prisoner might be.
March 28, 4:02 p.m. Prison, corridor.
Sir, Mr. Intro, sir, I finally caught up with you.
Detective, you're not needed elsewhere?
No, the judge and the kid aren't here yet. Oh, and I got your message.
So you searched the victim's cell? Did you manage to turn anything up?
We struck gold, sir. Well, blood anyway. It was right there on the floor. Only in tiny specks though, but at least it's something.
Yeah, it proves that the holding cell was the scene of the crime, right?
Not quite. It proves a possibility, but it's not conclusive yet.
I thought you'd say that, sir, which is why I ordered some follow-up work. I asked for forensics to analyze the blood and see if it matches the victims. They're on it as we speak.
Nice work, Gummy. You thought of everything.
Detective, I must say, I'm impressed. Did you hit your head or something?
Gee, you don't look so surprised, sir.
I just hope things continue to go in our favor.
Alrighty, so that's the proof that the murder happened in the detention center. And for our next trick.
We'll find out how that dog got over there.
Don't worry, you can leave that one to me. Until the kid and his chaperone get here, we got the whole prison to ourselves. Which is why I brought my secret weapons along.
Secret weapons?
That's right. A few tools of the trade that have helped me bust. Oh fuck! I pressed space on accident. Behold, the 7 secret weapons of Dick Gumshoe, Ace Detective Extraordinaire. Well, I don't know about your crazy cats, but I'm sold, Miles.
Very well, Detective. We'll try using your secret weapons.
You got it, sir. Let me run you through the list. Secret weapon number 1, my trusty old metal detector. If it's made out of steel, silver, or scrap, this little guy right here will find it.
So, it detects metal. Very good, Detective.
Next up, secret weapon number 2, missile. Everyone's favorite crime-fighting canine. He can track pretty much anything you put in front of him, especially food.
He sure is a lot cuter than Mr. Canis' dog.
And now for secret weapon number 3. Where'd I put it? Aha! Am I one snapper short of a school, or is that a fishing rod? Don't tell me we're going fishing for clues. No, I mean, I just happen to have it with me is all.
I see. Well, onwards and upwards, Detective. Let's see what else you have.
That's all she wrote, sir.
Gummy, you're 4 secret weapons short of your so-called 7. And one of them was a fishing rod.
Sorry, but that's all for today, okay? I'll, show you the rest next time. Why do you think I call them secret? Guy can just go sharing everything at once. That's crazy.
In that case, then I suppose the 3 you've deigned to reveal to us will have to do for now.
Alright, which one do you want to try, sir?
Let's try missile.
You got it, sir. Hey, missile, here, boy.
Oh, he really came.
So what are we tracking?
We're trying to find out how Mr. Canis' dog got into the holding cells in the first place. I suspect the same route was used to bring Knight's body back into the prison.
So we give the pooch a sniff of the body.
And he'll find that route for us.
Does anyone else smell like something sweet?
All I smell is the odor of blood.
It's faint, sir, but it's there. Almost like cake, maybe?
Why would the body smell of cake?
Okay, Missile, get a nose full.
Follow that dog.
Here we go, follow that dog.
That's the way to...
He's headed for the maximum security.
Uh-oh, he's going in.
Then we'll just have to follow after him.
March 28, 4:24 p.m. Prison, maximum security.
This is Canis' cell. Thought the man himself is absent. Though the man himself is absent, it seems. Is he meeting with someone in the visitor's room?
Do you think Missile's onto something?
Shh! Looks like maybe he is. Oh.
Is there something here?
Let's get Snoopy, Mr. Edgeworth.
There's a chisel with a bell.
Look, Mr. Edgeworth, that chisel on the floor is a bit smaller than the others.
I'm no word worker, but perhaps it's an all-purpose one that can be used in a pinch, regardless of the job.
An all-purpose pocket chisel. Makes sense. Always nice when your tools are useful and easy to carry.
Is that your opinion as a thief?
No, it's my opinion as a great thief.
I walked into that one. Mr. Canis' chest set, complete with his special dog piece.
That's not a chest set, that's a whole chest table with legs. Looks like it might be worth something too.
It's not inconceivable. Some of them are. And this is quite a nice one.
I never would have picked Mr. Canis as a chess fan though. What with the whole Eastern aesthetic he's got going, I thought he'd be more into Go.
Go, huh? Can you play?
I can play Go Fish.
Not the same thing, Kay. Not even close.
Alright,
Mr. Canis' chisels, every one a potential murder weapon.
Heh, that reminds me of something. The furrows in your brow. When you frown, it looks like somebody took a chisel to your forehead.
I have no idea what you mean.
See? They're so deep. Don't tell me you don't see it, Mr. Wood Carving Face.
Have you quite finished?
what's the matter, boy? Wait, is this the cake? Is this cake what you were after? Uh-oh. Whoa, 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 down, boy, stop that. Oh, and, no, you can't have it. Dogs can't eat chocolate, you know that. If you want to behave, I just have to eat it myself. Not bad. That's some real outside the chocolate box thinking there. Not sure everybody agrees, though.
Dummy! I wanted some.
Daring of you both to assume the food in a prison is safe to eat. Well, daring or dumb.
So, anyway, it looks like it really was cake Missile was tracking.
Talk about a waste of time. I suppose we just got our just desserts.
But the little guy is still definitely capable, right? Sure he is. This was just a blip. He'll follow the right scent this time, I promise. Seek, boy.
Alright, follow that dog again.
Oh, I think he's onto something. Whatever it is, it's in there.
Mr. Caserato's cell. We need to take a look inside. Detective, call the guard.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, officer. A question before we begin. Is the prisoner Mr. Caserato still in solitary?
No, sir, he came back a little while ago, and he was here for the noon roll call. Guess he must be on work duty someplace.
I see. Now, if you be so kind as to open his cell.
Yes, sir.
says Teddy in extremely poor handwriting. So this tire belongs to the bear? I wouldn't have thought it, but
Wait, it's still Edward.
I wouldn't have thought it, but Mr. Coserato and his Ursine partners seem really close.
Wow, this takes me back. Hey, Mr. Edward, did you ever swing like this as a kid?
Not that I could recall, no.
So, what did you do for fun when you were a kid?
Chess, golf, flute practice.
Did you have any friends?
What? Why would you even think to say that?
No way! He has a poster of himself! And right next to it looks like he never lost the habit of making weight for a fight.
Huh. Once a boxer, always a boxer, I suppose. I see he also has quite the collection of supplements.
Muscle protein, hustle protein, soul crushing protein. Yeah, that's a lot of protein.
Surely nobody trains like this for nothing.
So how many minutes do you think this timer is for, Mr. Edgeworth?
Well, Mr. Coserato is a boxer, so 3 minutes would be my assumption. Same as the length of a round of boxing.
Bzz. Thanks for playing, but the correct answer is kinda maybe about 2 minutes. Why? Because there's a crack in it, and a bit of sand is spilled out.
Gah! Why does it hold so much when she's right? This punching bag certainly has a...
Hee! What breed were you again, Missile? Surely it wasn't a boxer.
No way.
No way indeed. Quickly, detective, move the sandbag aside!
Yes, sir.
Aho! Could this be?
Whoa there! Wait, missile!
He's going in too! I'm going in too!
Wait, stop!
Sarah, I'll go and get her. Yeah. Oh, that's tight. I shouldn't eat that cake.
He's gone. Well, I'm not going in there. Guess we'll just have to wait. Fuck that shit, I'm not going in there. Hello, Kay? Are you alright?
You're not gonna believe this, but we're in the detention center.
The detention center?
That hole. It's a tunnel that leads right into Mr. Knight's cell.
What? Don't go anywhere. I'm on my way.
March 28, 5:04 p.m. Detention Center. Holding cell.
Kay!
Hey there, Mr. Edgeworth. Guess you could say we made a breakthrough.
Quite. At least they came out unscathed, I think.
Sir, the floorboards under the bed were torn up.
So that's how they did it. There's no doubt about it. That must be the route we've been looking for. The corridor connected to the detention center and the prison is locked down by heavy security doors, but with the help of this tunnel, it can be circumvented. It was a sweet scent that started this whole search. Could it be? The scent was in fact coming from Knight's body after all. Incidentally, Knight's body was covered in dirt. Dirt that might have come from being dragged through this tunnel. Kay, what was it like down there?
Well, it was pitch black, so I couldn't see a whole lot. Luckily, my camera has a flash, so I took some pictures.
Then let's see what you've captured. Oh yeah, that was a lot of digging. Look at that!
Spoons, a fork. Guess they were for digging the tunnel. That aside, and those footprints?
Paw prints even. From a dog, perhaps. This is a vital piece of evidence. However, it begs something of a question.
It does?
Mr. Coserato has certainly been making use of this tunnel, which means... Detective, we need to find out where Mr. Coserato is immediately. If my suspicions are correct...
Oh, nuts.
The guards were alerted and they began searching for Mr. Coserato right away. But after a thorough investigation of both the prison and the detention center, he was nowhere to be found.
March 28, 5:34 p.m. Detention Center. Corridor.
Well, have the police been notified?
Yes, ma'am. We just finished liaising with them a moment ago. They set up a cordon around the entire facility.
Good. The first blemish on a prisoner's spotless reputation is always the ugliest.
It won't happen again, ma'am.
A rather different Warden Lagnoir to the one we've seen so far.
Mr. Edgeworth, was it? I really can't thank you enough for finding that tunnel, darling. Sadly, it may have been too little too late. It seems he might have already left the building.
I say that's unlikely, Warden. After all, there's a security gate at the exit to the detention center. You're not suggesting he simply walked through it.
Was to say there was only one tunnel, sweetie?
I suppose that's true.
Well, whatever the case, this is no time to be standing around chit-chatting. Mr. Edgeworth, would you mind continuing with your investigation?
It would be my pleasure.
And you three can get back to your posts.
Yes, ma'am. Detective, the results of the blood test just came in back from the lab.
Thanks, Belle.
Let's see what they have to tell us about the blood found in Knight's cell.
What does it say, Mr. Edgeworth?
They've identified the blood, and it's Knight's.
Nice job, everybody. Teamwork makes the dream work, huh? We got Knight's blood in his holding cell, a tunnel a dog clearly went through, and security footage showing Knight being attacked by the dog in his cell. Case closed.
We have all the evidence we need. Let's just see what Mr. Canis has to say for himself.
Canis! Oh, darlings! Are you sure? Do be careful around him, won't you? He's as well connected on the outside as he is in here.
I suppose he would have to be. How else would he be the so-called fixer, stay in business?
The police have been trying to track down his accomplices for the longest time. Even I've had to lend them a hand myself, you know.
So that's what this was all about. That was all about.
You still not talking, ma'am? Even with the evidence you borrowed from the precinct?
No, and I've tried so many times I've lost count. What am I supposed to do? I can't send it a blank report.
I guess a killer for hire was always going to be a tough nut to crack.
You borrowed evidence from the police to help your investigation, is that correct?
Why, yes, sweetie. Everything related to Canis is with me now. Heavens knows how many times I've hauled the secretive scoundrel into my office to talk to me, but no matter what I say or how much evidence I present him with, he simply won't say a word.
A prison warden conducting interrogations of self. That's irregular, to say the least.
Let your guard down and he'll devour you whole. Be careful, darlings. You have been warned.
Ooh-wee. You knew I thought things couldn't get any spicier.
Thank you. Yes.
March 28, 5:55 p.m. Prisoner, maximum security. Prison maximum security.
Judge Gavel, I didn't expect to find you here.
We have been conducting inquiries, which, given that we are in charge of the investigation, is hardly strange. What is strange is that you are still here, Mr. Edgeworth. I gave you a warning, did I not? I told you that your badge was at risk should our paths cross again, and yet, here you are.
I'm sorry that you thought I might be so easily discouraged, Your Honor, but I am not about to let the truth slip from my grasp, no matter what you or the committee might say. I'm here to present a certain someone with evidence that you yourselves should have uncovered.
You have more business with me, I take it, Mr. Edgeworth.
I do. I promised I would be back to prove that you were the killer, and here I am.
This should be amusing. Very well. Whenever you are ready.
Objection!
Not so fast. We have some truths of our own to share. First-rate deductions, in fact.
Indeed, we are now more certain than ever that Simeon Saint was the murderer, and that only he could have moved Mr. Knight from his holding cell to the prison proper.
We shall prove this to you beyond a shadow of a doubt. But first, a question. Are you quite determined to continue on this course, Mr. Edgeworth? Should you fail to rebut our deductions, there will be no going back. Your very career hangs in the balance.
What? You mean you'll take his badge if you don't like how this goes? That's intimidation.
Not at all. If anything, I am showing him mercy. This is not Mr. Edgeworth's case, it never was, and I have no obligation to hear him out. If he is prepared to accept the potential ramifications of his actions, I will allow him one last chance. Well, are you truly willing to take the risk to put your beloved badge on the line?
Mr. Edgeworth?
Sir,
I accept your terms. I'm confident of my reasoning, and what's more, I'm representing the firm of Edgeworth & Co., and I do not intend to besmirch its name. My duty will be done, and I will not be intimidated.
Very well. Let us see whether you are brave or simply reckless. By the power vested in me by the almighty goddess of justice, let this judgment commence. Eustace, if you will allow me.
Heh, fine by me. He's all yours, Cavell. Bring it, bitch.
how Knight wound up in the prison proper.
You are aware of the incident involving Mr. Knight the day before yesterday, I assume? He assaulted an innocent guard and stole his keys. Later, in the middle of moving a large animal cage, Mr. Saint stopped by Mr. Knight's cell for a little visit. That's when Mr. Knight stole out of his cell using the keys he's stolen. He stepped into the cage and there he hid as he wheeled into one of the prison workshops.
It figures she was going to bring up Mr. Saint going to Knight's cell.
Yesterday, after you so kindly made us aware of the security camera footage, we decided to take a look at it ourselves. Perhaps you would like to see what we found? This is from the footage we received.
Mr. Saint speaking with Knight in the cell.
Correct. You will also note that he has positioned the cage in such a way to obscure the camera's view. It is a blind spot that Mr. Knight exploited in order to enter the cage undetected. A sound deduction based on what can be observed, would you say?
A blind spot, which means that the camera wouldn't have been able to capture the moment Knight entered the cage, if he did at all. So it's still possible that he didn't actually leave his cell at this point.
I don't get it. Why would Mr. Knight want to hide in the cage?
There is really only one possibility. He intended to escape.
A prison break? That's so cool! Mr. Carcerato, Mr. Knight, everybody's doing it. I had to step up my game.
Okay, now is really not the time. Mr. Carcerato's escape is no laughing matter.
It is my belief that Mr. Saint helped Mr. Knight with his escape attempt. That is to say, he was his accomplice.
Wow, go Simeon.
That wasn't a compliment!
I understand that the cage was briefly taken to one of the workshops. I imagine had things gone to plan, Mr. Knight would have remained in the cage until after the show, and then removed from the premises along with the rest of the circus's equipment. Unfortunately for Mr. Knight, Mr. Saint had other ideas. He killed his friend in cold blood.
Judge Cavell's argument seems reasonable, but there must be a fault in our logic somewhere, and I'm going to find it.
Alright, let's take a look, see the evidence. Pocket chest, building layout, prison cells, there's the yard, warden's office, that's been sectioned off by the fence, the detention center, and then there's the other side. Discovered on Knight's body. This is Salwitz, Knight's body, and has a sweet scent apparently. Smoke on the scalp, suffered a blow to the head. Bloody top. Door sensors. Prison roll call. Victim's body had not been found at the time of the 7 a.m. roll call. Okay. Biting the victim's throat. Saw its bracelet wasn't working at the time. Dark chest piece. Search. The available warden searched the prison for a murder weapon, but couldn't find anything. Chest diagram. They've yet to be recovered. Okay.
Hold it!
Do you have any proof that Knight stole the keys?
I can think of no other reason for him to carry out such a brutal attack. Once the guy he assaulted regains consciousness, I am sure he will confirm our suspicions.
I wouldn't be so sure. Perhaps I should press her further on this reasoning. Sorry, but I believe there is a flaw in your reasoning. If Knight had the keys, there was nothing to stop him from leaving whenever he wanted. Why wait for Mr. Saint? There was no need, surely.
He chose the option he deemed the most likely to succeed. He stole the keys and hid them somewhere, then waited for an opportune moment to present itself.
He hid the keys? I'm afraid you might have made an uncharacteristic oversight, Your Honor. But Knight wasn't hiding any keys, and that has been proven already. And this is the piece of evidence that proves Knight didn't have the keys.
The body? Or this one, the actual keys? Well, let me double check history. He wasn't hiding any keys. Yeah, they weren't recovered.
Since you know about the incident, I assume you must already know this, but after the assault, the guards searched both Knight and his cell, and no keys were found. And if the whereabouts of the keys cannot be proven, then neither can your theory.
I have considered the matter of the missing keys, and I do not think it is such an issue as to believe he had them. After all, the guards only stated that they were unable to locate them. And this is because they were cleverly hidden inside the pocket chess set.
The Knight's chess set, the same set in which the murder weapon was also allegedly hidden.
Was it? I can't help but wonder about that.
What? But you're the one who proposed it.
Actually, if you recall, that was Eustace's assertion.
So the two of them aren't one of mine on this, I take it?
Allow me to restate the facts. Mr. Knight hid the keys he stole from the guard inside his chess set. When Mr. Saint came to see him, Mr. Knight used the keys to open his cell and climbed inside of the cage. He was then moving from his holding cell to that workshop in the prison proper, all with the help of his friend and accomplice. Had things gone according to plan, he would have been taken out of the facility after the show. But they did not. Instead, his accomplice murdered him while the show was taking place in the yard.
Objection!
But Mr. Saint was a part of that performance. How would he even have the time to commit the murder?
Overruled!
How indeed? Allow me to explain. As you know, many stage performances follow a set narrative. Yesterday's show was one such an example.
She's done her homework, I see.
The suspect played the role of the antagonist opposite the elephantine hero of the show. In the latter part of the performance, the heroine's love prevails and the villain is defeated. This victory is depicted in a very unique manner, whereby the villain is sent flying from the stage by the heroine.
He's sent flying by the elephant?
Isn't that dangerous?
Having been ejected from the stage in this matter, the villain no longer appears in the performance. In other words, the suspect did not appear on stage for a period of approximately 15 minutes.
And you're saying the crime scene took place during that time?
Yes, I'm afraid so. After all, it's more than a sufficient window, wouldn't you say?
Committing the crime and returning to the stage in that short 15-minute window is only possible, assuming that the murder took place in the prison proper. But in fact, Your Honor, the real scene of the crime was Knight's cell.
I seem to remember telling you that I would not accept that part of the security footage into evidence.
And you won't have to. I have proof of a different kind.
Very well. Would you be so good as to present it? What proof do you have that the murder took place in the victim's holding cell?
The forensics...
Take that!
This appears to be a photograph of a floor. Almighty Goddess of Justice, grant me patience.
That floor you so dismissive of, Your Honor, has traces of Knight's blood on it. Booyah, bitch!
Traces, you say? Is this evidence reliable? After all, I don't believe you have access to the necessary forensic operatives.
Objection!
I have my resources. A certain blunt instrument, you might say, but a reliable one.
The detective? How very unfortunate for him. Perhaps before you decided to circumvent the law, you might have considered that the committee's influence extends to the police.
Oh no, now Gummy's badge is on the line too!
Forgive me, Detective. I didn't mean to put you at risk as well.
I will enter the fact that Mr. Knight's blood was found in the holding cell into evidence. However...
Objection!
Hehehe! Bad luck, idiots. You're really on the edge now, Mr. Worthless. Mr. Winner, I'd forgotten you were there. It was nice while it lasted. I just butted in to tell you that your entire argument is one big inconsistency. You showed us camera footage of a dog killing Mr. Knight in his cell. Are you saying that the mat also wiped out the blood before it left the scene?
Uh-oh.
What other tricks can it do, huh? A blood-wiping dog? You're a joke.
You'd have wiped that blood up, wouldn't you, boy? Yes, Helmut. Yes, you would.
What?
That was one of the tricks I taught him before our work together was so rudely cut short. He's a very tiny boy, you know. He never misses a drop. It wouldn't do to leave any evidence after all.
Saved by an assassin of all people.
Jeez Louise, you could have just taught the little guy to shake hands. Oh, he does that marvelously too. Although the way I taught him to do it is somewhat unorthodox. First, he bites down hard on the victim's hand, then...
Ah, la 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 la, I'm not listening.
I see. Very well then, Mr. Edgeworth. It seems you may have gathered some evidence worth considering.
Your understanding is much appreciated. Wait, I'm not done yet. I just thought of something else.
Overruled.
Oh boy, somebody's taking no prisoners.
Eustace, would you be so kind as to allow me?
All yours, Gavel. Well, do you accept the truth now? The crime took place in Knight's holding cell, and the assassin's dog was the killer.
My position is the same as it was yesterday. Until you can explain how the dog moved between the prison and the detention center, I cannot accept your theory into evidence.
Hold it!
I thought you might say that, which is why I'd like to show you something else. This piece of evidence shows how the dog could have freely traveled between the prison and the detention center. The tunnel.
Take that!
Booyah, bitch!
This is...
It's a secret passageway. It runs beneath the prison.
What?
Well, oh, sorry. What? A secret passageway?
It was dug up by one Mr. Rocco Casarato, escapee. It leads from his prison cell to a certain holding cell in the detention center. Yes, the very one where the victim was being held.
Well, this is certainly a surprise. To think that it was beneath our feet this entire time.
Mr. Cadis, you knew of this tunnel, didn't you? Because it's the same tunnel that was used to carry out the murder.
In the name of the Goddess of Justice. Overruled, Mr. Edgeworth. You are out of line.
Hold it!
How so, Your Honor?
Overruled!
Evidence is everything, whether in a court of law or at the scene of an investigation. Isn't that your little catchphrase? Well, it just so happens that I have some evidence of my own. Bronco Knight's autopsy report.
Ah, shit. The autopsy report trick. No! His autopsy report?
When did we get that?
How do you not know you had it?
The police handed it to me only a short while ago. The findings are still preliminary, but it still has something of value to tell us nonetheless. The Goddess of Justice speaks to us through these pages, Mr. Edgeworth. Cause of death, stab wound to the throat, and the weapon is said to be a sharp blade of some sort. It seems the victim was stabbed repeatedly in the same spot, resulting in an ugly wound. As such, the police have yet to identify the exact shape of the weapon, but its overall nature seems to be beyond question. It is a bladed metal instrument. In the light of this evidence, do you truly wish to continue with your flight of fancy? Or will you now claim that the dog used the knife instead?
But that's impossible!
That will be all. This court is adjourned.
Objection!
But the tunnel, the paw prints.
What of them? Helmet is something of a wanderer. Perhaps he just happened across this tunnel one day. Although I couldn't say for certain, I myself cannot wander quite so freely.
That would be quite a coincidence, but I can't prove it's not the case either.
She sure knows how to keep a secret, huh? Kinda wish she kicked us in the teeth a little earlier with that.
She was baiting me, waiting for the perfect moment to crush me with that autopsy report. And I fell for it. Hook, line, and sinker.
You are lead attorney for the defense, correct, Mr. Fender? This is the interim autopsy report in question. I do apologize for the delay.
Yeah, no sweat. Thanks for hooking us up. Yep, this all checks out. Yep.
Mr. Fender, a handshake is not necessary when receiving official court documents, you know. So please feel free to let go of my hand. It's not a holy relic after all.
Was just trying to be friendly, Your Honor.
Had you lingered a moment longer, the Goddess of Justice would have spoken to you through my gavel.
Alright, I got it. Nice work, Gavel. Just like we planned it.
I did only as you instructed, Eustace, but thank you.
This report came from the police. I have no choice but to accept its legitimacy. But if the dog didn't kill Knight, then that takes Canis out of the running.
The Goddess of Justice speaks to me, Mr. Edgeworth, and she is merciful. She tells me that you might yet keep your badge if you will finally abandon this fruitless quest.
What's our move, sir? I think she really means it this time.
What do you think, Detective? My answer remains the same, Judge Gavel. I will see my duty done, and I will not be intimidated.
Even with how things stand, you still refuse to concede.
This may very well be your last chance. Your badge hangs by a thread.
Then let it fall if it must. I have something far more important to protect as an associate attorney. My client.
The Goddess of Justice is no doubt saddened by your refusal to accept yet another offer of mercy.
Attaboy, Miles. That's what I like to see. Looks like the defense never rests. It's really starting to mean something to you. Credit to your old man, though. He's the one who said it first.
My father.
In fact, I could swear I saw Gregory's spirit in you for a second there. You said that you've changed since your days in Von Karma's shadow. I didn't believe you at first, but I'm starting to.
Thank you, Fender.
Alright, kids. This is where the rubber really hits the road. Put your thinking caps on, it's make or break time. If it's true that Knight was off with a bladed weapon, does our whole case really fall apart?
A bladed weapon? Of course. There were 5 chisels in Canis' cell when we last looked. A former assassin certainly wouldn't struggle to commit murder with a tool like that. In which case, the weapon that killed Knight was...
Have you quite finished? It will be in your interest to
Evidence is everything. It may well be my little catchphrase, but it's also true. So the murder weapon was a sharp blade? Then where is it? The guards didn't find it.
Why can't you let this go? So what if they didn't find it? What are you driving at?
What if I were to tell you that I now know what the real murder weapon was, and it was right under our noses the whole time? Indeed. It was one of Mr. Canis' chisels.
What?
Overruled.
I would advise you stop bombarding us with your irresponsible half-baked theories, Mr. Edgeworth. You have repeatedly insisted that Mr. Knight was killed in his cell by a dog.
I simply go where the evidence takes me, both in the courtroom and at the scene of the crime. If the murder weapon was in fact a chisel, then yes, the murderer could not have been the dog. But that begs the question of what exactly it was we saw in security footage.
Oh yeah, the security footage. How do you explain that, Mr. Smarty Pants?
An excellent question. The footage shows the dog jumping on somebody. Mr. Canis' dog jumping up at Knight. The dog attacked Knight, but he didn't kill the man.
He didn't?
No. Knight was merely knocked out. The dog didn't drag the corpse through the tunnel, he dragged an alive but unconscious Knight. The real killer was the dog's master.
Oh, I get it. Bringing Knight here, Mr. Canis could finish the job.
And he could have definitely used one of his chisels to do it.
Correct. You, Bodyharma Canis. You're the one who could have done it.
Objection!
Hey, Mr. Edgeworth. You ever get this on your report card? Refuses to listen, must learn to respect others.
Are you asking me or confessing to what's on yours?
We already searched Mr. Canis' cell from top to bottom, right, Cavell?
Yes, we inspected his chisels, all 4 of them. There wasn't a single speck of blood.
Hold it!
Why, thank you, Your Honor. You have just confirmed my theory.
I have? What exactly do you mean?
The last time we were here, there were 5 chisels, not 4.
Oh yeah, I remember counting them. Definitely 5.
And the one that's missing is...
The small one. The one we thought might be a pocket chisel. Mr. Canis, where did you hide that chisel?
A pocket chisel. And what use might I have for such a thing, I'm rarely allowed to leave my cell.
In which case, he shouldn't have had the chance to dispose of the weapon. You've dug up your own grave, Mr. Canis.
You seem to have an idea what this missing chisel might be, Mr. Edgeworth. Would you enlighten us?
For a man who couldn't leave his cell of his own volition, Canis could have only hidden the chisel here.
in his own cell.
Take that!
Mr. Canis is still a prisoner. Despite the comfort he enjoys, he is rarely allowed out of his cell. He could have given the chisel to his dog to leave somewhere, but that would have been far from ideal. he would have no way of guaranteeing where it might end up.
Intriguing. Do go on, Mr. Edgeworth.
Furthermore, this room is the only place where a bladed instrument wouldn't raise an eyebrow. 4 chisels, 5 chisels, who's counting? A fact that he took full advantage of.
Ah, so the old keeping the incriminating evidence close routine. Classic.
Objection!
But I looked, I searched the whole cell myself, and there's just nothing that could have been there.
Objection!
I am certain that the murder weapon is here, and that the reason why no one has found it yet is because it was hidden in such an ingenious manner.
Do enlighten us, Mr. Edgeworth. What was my ingenious plan?
Think, Miles. There must be a hiding spot he could make use of. Think about when you came here previously. What are you missing?
He's not showing us out permanently, right?
Let's get out of here. Come on.
In the dog's mouth. The dog! He hasn't made a sound today. When we were here before, he barked and growled repeatedly. Canis even encouraged him to do so. That must be it! I knew something was off. I can hardly believe it, but I think I know where he hid the murder weapon.
Giving up already? I expected more of you, Mr. Edgeworth.
Hold it!
As well as you should, if you would give me a moment. For this is the piece of evidence that shows where you hid the murder weapon.
Take that!
Your dog. He seems unusually quiet today.
Oh, yeah. Unlike last time when... Mr. Canis, if you would be so kind as to open Helmet's mouth.
Oh, come now. He hasn't barked because he is a well-behaved boy. I ordered him to last time.
Then order him again this instant.
It's not like we're asking for the world, Mr. Canis. Or do you have something to hide?
If you insist. Come on, Helmut. Open up.
And there it is. Yeah. And there we have it. A chisel that small. It was easily...
A chisel in the dog? Why is there a chisel in the dog?
I thought he had been strangely quiet. I guess his brain has finally caught up.
Eustace, why don't you be a good boy and call forensics? Tell him it's urgent.
Okay.
Our findings are as follows. Traces of blood were detected on the chisel.
What?
Not such a half-baked theory after all, was it?
Alright, so we're on the same page here. This is our murder weapon, yeah?
For the forensics evidence cannot be ignored. We have no choice but to concede that this is the most likely the case. Mr. Canis, in the light of discovery of the murder weapon, the court demands that you explain yourself.
We found the route your dog took to the holding cells, and now we have the chisel. How do you propose to talk your way out of this one?
You never fail to entertain, Mr. Edgeworth.
Why does he always act like that, even when it's not funny?
Poor Helmut. How could they suspect us? You leave me little choice. I shall simply have to share with you the truth. I did not kill anyone. I have grown tired of killing.
Something's not right. Why is he so calm?
Very well. The court will hear Mr. Canis' testimony. If you would be so kind.
Gladly.
Bring it. Canis' defense.
Perhaps you might begin by explaining what you believe my motive to have been. I never knew this knight. I had no contact with him. No connection whatsoever.
Oh, we found the contradiction already.
Given that this is the case, why would I possibly wish him dead? Could it be that you are suggesting that it was my canine companion who had the motive instead? Helmut only bears his fangs when I tell him to. I am not so bloodthirsty that I would kill a man I did not know.
I mean, when he puts it that way,
An assassin only kills his acquaintances. Not the soundest business model, I agree.
My work requires me to deal with strangers, of course, but murder for its own sake, that's not my style.
So I need to prove a link between Knight and Canis. I should go over the evidence again and see what I can discover.
Okay. Sorry, I'm just checking Discord. Oh, okay, there's a thing going on in Discord. Yikes.
Well, anyway. Canis' defense.
Just need to find the right one.
Objection!
Yeah, there we go. Yeah, that was quick. You're getting sloppy, Mr. Canis. So much so that I quickly was able to find the contradiction. You may have trained your dog to clean up your mess, but some things still require a human touch. We found this in the victim's room. It's the record of a game of correspondence chess. What's more, the game depicted matches the game laid out on your board.
Damn, you got me there. What?
The number of possible games has been calculated to be 10 to the power of 120. And that's on the low end.
wait, so that's 10 times 10, 120 times over, alright, 100, 1000? I give up. I mean, what do you even call a number that big?
A vanishingly unlikely coincidence, that's what. Now, tell us why you killed Knight. Unless that is, you would prefer to explain the coincidence.
Well, they do say that truth is stranger than fiction. It is, as you say, a coincidence.
But that's totally impossible. We just proved that.
A coincidence of a different kind, child. I never imagined my correspondent was the victim, you see. And yet here we are. Helmet is as surprised as I am. Aren't you, Helmet? Yes, yes. I suppose there's nothing for it but to finally tell the truth, boy. The other prisoners had all gone to the yard, you see. There was a show of some sort, I believe. Here I was, minding my own business when it comes to Helmut, dragging a corpse of all things. I had quite the shock, not least because the murder weapon was still in the poor fellow's neck. Of course, I was none too keen on becoming a suspect, so I had Helmut take the body to the workshop. Once there, he removed the murder weapon and brought it back to me, just as I had asked.
The dog pulled out the murder weapon in the workshop.
Indeed he did. Removing it here would have made an awful mess after all.
You know something that makes total sense. Remember what Mr. Salva said, Mr. Edgeworth?
That huge black dog had sunken his terrible teeth into the victim's throat.
What did you just say?
It was hellish, utterly hellish. That beast, that awful beast, he killed them.
I see. So what Mr. Salwood actually saw was Helmut removing the murder weapon then?
Precisely. I can't say I wasn't a little disappointed that he was spotted, of course. silly boy. It's not like you to slip up like that, is it now? And there you have it. That is about all there is to tell. I did not kill the man. At most, I am responsible for the removal of the weapon. Now, would that be all? Poor Helmut is growing restless.
Objection!
Sorry, but if you could entertain us for just a little longer, Mr. Canis.
Fender?
No offense, Palio, but I don't think you've quite told us everything. I'm sure we all like to know why you thought you needed to pull the chisel out in the first place.
He's right. It makes sense that he would move the body to avoid suspicion, but Canis had no reason at all to recover the murder weapon.
So the mute one isn't as dumb as I thought.
Please answer the question, Mr. Canis.
It was because of the bell. The one attached to the chisel, and the one around Helmut's neck. Have a very distinctive design, if you will.
Of course. There was something of a trademark of yours, were there not?
I don't get it. How does that even work?
Bodhidharma Canis, the blind butcher. His appearance was always announced by the sound of bells. Be right back.
Alright, we're back.
The last sound of his victims would hear the bells.
Yeah, you flatter me. Though it's been some years since you last saw one of them, you remember them well.
Your knife and its attached bell were one of the pieces of the evidence seized in our case against you.
Yes, it was but one of my bells. One of only 2 in existence.
Just 2.
2 and only 2. One for my knife, and one for my beloved helmet. Exquisitely crafted, utterly unique. My ears are my guide, after all. And I must be able to use my tools precisely. Of course, as you said, the knife has long since been taken from me. When Helmut brought the body to my cell, I was rather surprised to hear a familiar sound. At first I was sure that my knife had been used to do the deed, but no, a chisel. An ordinary chisel.
It's certainly no assassin's blade.
Nonetheless, the bell would have suggested my involvement. Compounding the matter is the fact that I am the only person in this prison permitted to use such tools. It was clear that I would become the prime suspect, and so the chisel had to be removed and hidden.
Hold it!
You still claim that all you did was have the dog move the body, that you had nothing to do with the killing?
How could I? I told you, the chisel is not mine. You need not take my word, Mr. Edgeworth. Why not have it checked for fingerprints?
Eustace!
Huh? Me? But I don't know how to check for prints.
Get forensics!
Oh, right. Sure thing. We got him. Fingerprints. They're Mr. Knight's.
And Mr. Cadus's?
No. Just Mr. Knight's. Oh, and forensics says there's no sign of any prints having been wiped off.
Only Knight's fingerprints? This isn't good.
Should I get them to check again? Yeah. Now do you see? I have never so much as touched that chisel. Helmut carried it in his mouth. That is all. Therefore, any prince must belong to whoever had it last.
So the murder weapon belonged to the victim.
Ooh, that's not helpful. As I said, I have not touched the chisel. Therefore, I cannot be the killer. Or do you wish to suggest otherwise?
I've got nothing to counter with. But what does this mean? Is he not the killer after all? Is he actually telling the truth? No, he can't be.
I'm sure this goes without saying, Mr. Edgeworth, but if you do not find a solution to your current predicament and quickly, I will have little choice but to relieve you of your badge. Even my patience has a limit, and I will not tolerate you throwing this investigation to chaos. Am I clear?
You done that, sir. She's serious.
I hate to admit it, but the fingerprints turn everything on its head. Without more evidence, I'm back to square one.
Wait, something that doesn't add up. A few things, actually. What would Mr. Knight have needed the chisel for?
You can do a lot with a chisel, child. Break out of prison for one.
Alright, then how did he get it in here? There's no way the guards would let him bring a super sharp tool in with him, right, Mr. Edgeworth?
Yeah, I would have been picked up in the metal detectors.
Hey, Earth and Mr. Edgeworth! You can't stand there hemming and howling just because of a little setback. The more important thing is finding the truth, you know? It doesn't matter how we get there. As long as we save Simeon in the end, we can't give up now or ever.
Yeah, what she said.
I'll second that. You want me around with that, Kay? I'm half tempted to offer you a job for real. It's like I said, the defense never rests. Or rather, like the Bob said,
What do you think lies at the heart of those words, Miles? Any guesses?
The heart of those words.
It's like this. As defense attorneys, our client's fates rest on our shoulders. We're the only ones they can turn to. Simeon's our client, and we're the only ones who can save him. So we can't rest, not while he's counting on us. I'm not about to turn my back on your old man's legacy. Are you?
I'm an associate with the defense now. No, I'm an associate with my father's firm. That's the role I have chosen, and that means that if I fail to save my client, I have failed in my duties. I will honor my father's vision and save Simeon Saint. No matter what setbacks I face, I cannot admit defeat. If one path is blocked, I must simply find another.
There we go, that's the Miles Edgeworth I know. Now let's find the new path forward. We can start by trying to figure out how Mr. Knight brought that chisel into the prison.
Right. How would a knight manage to bring a chisel in here?
The chess set? That's the only one. Yeah, that's the only way to get it in.
Take that!
Usually it wouldn't be possible to bring a metal object into this facility undetected.
Because of the security gates, right?
Correct, but we already know that checks at one of the gates haven't been entirely thorough as of late. Namely, the gate at the entrance to the detention center.
That gate is only used to scan people. Any items they bring into the facility are only subjected to a cursory check.
Are you telling me that the chess set wasn't put through the metal detector?
It should have been. Alas, it seems the guards have grown a little lax in that regard of late.
Knight took advantage of this little oversight and had Mr. Saint bring him the chisel, hidden inside his pocket chess set.
That does answer one of our questions, and it suggests that the chisel was indeed Mr. Knight's, and not Mr. Canis's.
However, we still have one rather pressing problem to address. That of the security footage in which Knight is attacked by a dog. How does one explain it if Mr. Canis was not the culprit?
But then, how do you explain his prints not being on the murder weapon? That one's a real three-piper.
The Corps too finds itself wanting for a satisfactory explanation.
Wait, sir. I think it might be time to show you another one of my secret weapons. Introducing secret weapon number 4, Little V.
What sort of name is that, detective?
I came up with it myself, sir. Anyway, you can use it to analyze the video footage. An excellent idea. Perhaps you might finally see that I am telling the truth.
Who knows if there's anything to be found, but it has to be worth a try.
Alright. Want me to talk you through how to use it, sir?
Seeing as I'm not exactly familiar with video analysis techniques, perhaps I should hear them out. If you could run me through its functions, detective, that would be most appreciated.
Yes, sir. So basically, you gotta do what you always do. Examine anything that catches your eye.
And I can examine things with T, I see.
Except when, see those controls up from the bottom screen? The patterns on the left and right let you rewind or fast forward. And you can use the middle one to pause. Get used to those and you're golden, sir.
It seems I can also press E to fast forward or Q to rewind the footage. And I can press space to pause.
When the video is paused, you can go to the previous frame with Q or the next frame with E. Or just use the same control patterns I showed you earlier. Lastly, I better explain how to zoom in. Just in line with the old cursor area you want to take a closer look at. Then use the panel on the bottom right and little V will do the rest. It's got those 2 expanding arrows right on it, can't miss it, sir.
It would appear I can zoom in by pressing R2.
By the way, even when you're zoomed in, you can still examine stuff, just like in regular view. Also, you can make use of previous and next frames to get a good look at what's really happening. The only thing you can't do when you zoom in is play the footage, so there's that.
I see. And how do I zoom out again?
Just use the panel on the lower right again, sir. See how it's gone from expanding to collapsing arrows on there? Just because you're zoomed in. And that's about sums it up. Now let's fire Little V up for real. Remember, just examine anything that catches your eye and you'll do fine.
The footage from Knight's holding cell. Other than the victim being attacked by that dog, I can't see what else is I can't see what else it might show us. But suppose we're wrong, what could we be looking at instead? Could the person in the footage be someone other than Knight? And if so, could whatever is attacking them it be something else too? I should keep both questions in mind while reviewing the footage.
You never know what you're going to see once you start looking at things up close. Check every detail, sir. You'll find something, I'm sure.
What in this footage seems odd? I must be seeing things. I should take another look. If nothing seems off at first glance, zooming in might help. Devil's in the details after all.
Wait.
Must be seeing things. The figure is reflected in the mirror here too. Is that a hat?
Say, doesn't that look like the hats the guards wear, sir? Oh jeez, is that what I think it is?
Have there been any reports of one of the animals attacking a guard recently?
Not that I've heard of.
So this may not be a guard at all, but somebody dressed as one. Perhaps this might shed a little light on the matter of the hat.
The stolen uniform.
Take that!
So, no guards have reported being attacked by an animal as far as we know. But we did hear about a guard's spare uniform being stolen. Could the person in the security footage perhaps be someone disguised as a guard? Someone attempting to escape without being noticed?
A guard disguise. I guess it might work. Wait, weren't we just talking about someone?
We were indeed. Someone who seems to have successfully made his escape. If the person in the footage is a knight, then the creature may not be a dog either.
You're right, sir. Let's zoom in and check.
What if the footage seems odd? Sir, look! I suspect we may have made a critical error of judgment. What we're looking at here is no dog. This animal is a bear. That's not a dog, it's a bear.
I think that's supposed to be Gumshoe, but okay.
What? So the paw prints from the photo I took?
We're not canine, but ursine.
A bear? So that could that mean that?
Yes, I think it could. After all, who else do we know with such a pet? We had assumed that it was Knight in the security footage.
Well, it was his cell. It's hardly a crazy theory.
Perhaps, but now we know about the hole under the bed. It is no longer the only possibility. Whoever had access to the tunnel could very well be the one caught on the camera.
And who was that, Mr. Edgeworth? Would you care to tell the court who you believe this person to be?
The person in the security footage is
Rocco Caserato.
Take that!
I believe I know who our guard in disguise is. It is none other than Rocco Caserato, the prisoner who recently escaped from the facility. I'm confident it's him because he was assigned a polar bear cub as his companion.
But the bear in that video is all black.
Indeed, and we have evidence that explains why. The evidence that explains the polar bear's dark fur is
Oh, the mud!
Take that!
Recall, if you will, Mr. Frank Sawit's testimony.
That's the rubber glove I dropped.
Would you care to explain why it's so dirty?
Oh, of course. That's mud from one of the pet treatments I've been practicing. I was giving one of the animals a mud pack right when the incident happened.
I see. Around what time would this have been?
Let's see. The show had already started, so around 9 AM perhaps. Thing is, the more mud I applied, the more in the zone I got, and the darker the animal's fur became. There's no trance quite like the trance one enters when one slathers an animal with thick black mud.
While the circus performance was underway, he was giving one of the animals a mud pack treatment.
And that animal could have been
Indeed, our polar bear.
Mr. Edgeworth. Your latest assertion simply introduces yet another contradiction. The footage from the security camera.
Objection!
I fully understand, Your Honor, and your doubts are entirely justified. Mr. Sawat mentioned applying the mud pack while the circus performance was underway, and this does indeed introduce a new contradiction concerning the security footage.
It does?
Yes, let's put it this way. When would you expect the footage to have been recorded, Kay?
If it was taken right after he applied the mud pack treatment, it should have been around 9 AM.
In which case, something isn't right about the footage.
Really? And what's that?
What new contradiction does the security footage introduce relative to when it was recorded?
No, shut up.
Oh man, this is 6:42 AM. Here?
Take that!
Yeah, the time.
Mr. Sawat said he administered the treatment at around 9 AM, in which case the security footage should also show a time around 9. However, the time says 6:42 AM. On the day of the murder, the prisoners all went out of the yard to watch the circus. All except 3, Mr. Canis, who remained in a cell in maximum security, Mr. Sawat, who was administering a mudpack treatment in the workshop, and Rocco Cosarato, who had been awaiting that precise moment to put his escape plan into action. I believe he entrusted the bear to Mr. Sawat before entering the tunnel. And the bear then slipped out of Mr. Sawat's grasp to run after its human. Mr. Sawat would then have left the workshop to pursue the bear, at which point he saw Mr. Kinnis's dog retrieving the murder weapon from the knight's body. It all fits perfectly, except for the security footage, which should have been recorded from around 9 AM. However, the timestamp is about 3 hours off.
But why would the timestamp be wrong?
Detective, I would like you to have the security camera examined right away, please.
Was it tampered with? I'm back, sir. I just talked to the guards and, seems like the time codes can slip on these cameras if they lose power.
What?
They're pretty old, sir. Just the clock stops when the power's off.
Which would mean the power's off for approximately 3 hours at some point.
Ooh. That's not all, sir. You remember how Knight denied stealing the keys? No one believed him considering, well, you know, he seemed kinda like the only suspect. Turns out, that wasn't all he said. He also said he was knocked out cold just like the other guy.
Which may not necessarily have been a lie.
Darlings, there you all are. How goes the investigation? Is there anything I can do to help things along?
Actually, there might be something we can do for you, Warden Laguard. The escapee, Mr. Cosarato, I believe he may still be on the premises. He's disguised as a guard. Here's the proof, should you need it. We're reasonably certain that the person captured on this tape is our man. And if I'm correct, he might even be right here in this room with us now.
Among Us.
Hey, Mr. Cosarato would have been wearing your bracelet, right?
Yes, a bracelet could easily be hidden under the sleeves of his stolen uniform. Furthermore, the doors out of the prison proper don't have those sensors that detect the bracelets installed. So if he avoided the doors with the sensors, he would have simply waited for the opportunity to finally make his escape.
Well, yes, I suppose he could. He just have to avoid the workshops and the cells and... oh my. He's one of you, isn't he? He's right here right now!
Oh,
Look, it's Teddy.
oh, and there he is.
Hey, what's up? Get your mitts off of me, you big palooka.
Thank you, Teddy. Very kind of you to confirm our suspicions.
Good. Dang good. If it wasn't for you, I'd
What a thing it is to be loved, huh, Mr. Carcerato? I'm almost envious.
Guards, apprehend this man.
A moment, if you will. I have some questions for our would-be escapee. If you are to learn the truth, I will need to speak with him. With your permission, of course.
I can hardly say no now, can I?
Well, come on then. Hit me with your best shot.
Mr. Carcerato's escape route led directly into Knight's cell, so it's highly possible he has something to offer. Tell me what you were doing on the day Mr. Knight's body was discovered.
Around the time of the discovery.
So it's you guys, huh? You're the ones who found my secret getaway tunnel. You know how long it took me to take that freaking thing? Yeah, baby. I had me a guard's uniform, a whole dog, and a plan in place. So I went for it the day you found the guy. But then this little guy just had to come right after me. The psychopath was covered in mud too. Had to go back to our cell. Nah, would have gotten away with it if somebody had an off night and brought you bums down here.
You claimed to have dug the tunnel just now. How exactly did you do it?
Hell, used everything I could get my hands on, see? Hammer, spoons, you name it. Spent every time I had on this cockamamie fixer. And what do I got to do to show it for now, huh?
Do not be disheartened, friend. Tomorrow is another day.
There's an outside chance Mr. Carcerato and Knight met face to face just before Knight's death. I should see what other details I can extract from him.
Oh, he probably knocked out Knight. Yeah, he probably knocked his ass out.
Hold it!
The uniform, was that from the fixer too?
Sure was. Heard he had something on one of the guards. I think I swiped it for the past locker.
And you were wearing it when you were crawling through the tunnel?
No, we got dirt on it. Had to hold on until I got into the cell, to the holding cell. But once I was out of there and dressed up, opening the cell door should have been a piece of cake. Here we go, I thinks. Freedom beckons. And then the furball here jumps at me.
Which would be the moment captured on camera. I see. I'd be grateful if you could add that to your testimony.
It should have been a piece of cake.
Hold it!
Opening the cell door should have been a piece of cake, you say?
Sure, anything seems easier to drag yourself through a hole in the ground.
And you were familiar with the layout of the detention center, even though you lived in the prison?
Why wouldn't I be? I never been there before.
If he's familiar with the detention center, then he'd surely be aware that unlike the doors in the main prison, the holding cell doors are locked with actual keys. And I'm sure Mr. Carcerato would have needed that particular piece of evidence to make his escape. You claimed that leaving the holding cell would have been a piece of cake, as you put it.
Yeah, you got a problem with that? Cause we got a bigger problem if you catch my drift.
Even once you have reached Knight's cell, you still had another door to contend with. How exactly did you plan on opening it? Mr. Carcerato, I posit that leaving the cell would have been a piece of cake only because you had the key.
I don't got no stinking key. I didn't need one. It was a piece of cake because the door was open. I walked right out.
Objection!
Yes, I suppose Knight's cell was vacant by that point. There would have been no reason to lock it. And it was indeed unlocked when I went to examine it for myself. So perhaps when you finally succeeded today, it was truly unlocked because it was after the murder, but you had attempted to escape previously.
Yeah, the security footage shows you when you tried and failed because Teddy caught you.
Which was during the circus performance, before the body was discovered. The holding cell was still locked at that time because no one knew that Knight had been killed yet. Therefore, you must have had the key to his cell on you. Without it, your escape would not have been possible.
Are you saying? Could he really have?
I believe he could, yes. The theft of the keys was in fact perpetrated by none other than Mr. Caserato. He is the one who attacked the guard. He knocked both of their asses out. But not just the guard. Knight too also gained the possession of the guard keys.
It wasn't me, you Nazi bum. I didn't even know this night guy.
After you stole the keys, you went back to your cell to avoid suspicion. Then you waited for the perfect moment to escape. A moment when the prison would be almost deserted. That's right, the moment of the show just before the discovery of the body. Unluckily for you, that particular attempt was thwarted by your furry friend.
Senzu, you got proof, genius? This ain't your win yet. Nuh-uh. I knocked the guy out for the count, and everybody knows it.
Don't play games with me. Knight was as much of a victim as the guard in this case. As a matter of fact, I proved that Knight had been attacked in his cell.
Oh. A small cut on his scalp. Oh, ha!
Take that!
What? No? But, oh my god. That proves it?
Indeed it does.
Yes, I think I see it. What? How does that...
Overruled!
How does that not prove it? What?
Ah. Okay, hold on.
As a matter of fact, I proved that Knight had been attacked in his cell. Okay.
What, the blood? Oh, the white floor. Let me just double check.
Take that!
The white floor? Yeah, okay.
We found traces of Knight's blood on the cleanly wiped floor of his cell. What could possibly explain such a thing other than him having been attacked? And it was you who attacked him. You ambushed the both of them and stole the keys.
Why, Iola? What's with you, huh? That newspaper wiped that blood good. Ain't no way they should have found it.
Okay, but why did you think you had to wipe it up anyway?
If they took Knight in the guard's hands, they would have seen those two never came to blows. But that blood would have given up the whole game. Ain't no way they don't figure that there was a third man in the ring. Plus they started sniffing around on the floor. They'd have found the tunnel in a heartbeat.
So you wiped the blood to buy yourself a little more time so you could wait for a better opportunity? Sadly, the opportunity you sought wasn't good enough to get you clear out of prison, it seems. Now, hand over the keys.
Right.
K.O.
Kill my lousy stinking bum. Fine, you want his here. How you choke on him?
Overruled!
Wait a moment. If Mr. Caserato had the keys...
Indeed, Your Honor. Your theory relies on Knight having used the keys he allegedly stole to escape his cell. That was the only way he would have been able to enter Mr. Saint's cage and be moved to the workshop. Unfortunately for you, we now know that the theory cannot possibly be true.
No! Guess this changes things up a bit, eh? Now the only person who could have moved Knight's body is the person who knew about the tunnel. About that tunnel.
No, you gotta be freaking.
Mr. Gazzarato, Mr. Gazzarato.
I got my voices mixed up. Mr. Gazzarato, you're under arrest. Come on quietly now, pal. Wait, you got the wrong guy. He didn't do nothing. Alright, fine. I knocked out those 2 chumps out, and I stole the keys. But other than that, I went right back to my cell and went for my moment. Next time I went to Knight's cell, there was nobody around. And I mean nobody. Plus, his body was found in the workshop. You think I just magicked my way over there or something? I couldn't have even gotten out of my cell.
Indeed, you only had the key to Knight's cell. You couldn't have let your own cell back in prison. But Mr. Canis' dog could.
What?
It was not you, but Helmut who moved the body from your cell to the workshop.
I get it now. You're saying you wasn't the only con in this conspiracy.
Indeed, one can easily imagine that Mr. Cassarato and Canis might have worked together. Mr. Cassarato could have killed Knight and dragged him back into his cell.
And then, Mr. Canis' dog took him from there to the workshop.
There are no restrictions on animals' movements within the prison. Movements between the detention center and the prison proper, however, is tightly controlled. There was only one possible route, and you could have taken advantage of it, Mr. Cassarato.
How can you be so sure, huh? Maybe there's more of them and you just don't know.
Something tells me that digging even a single tunnel was arduous enough.
You got that right. You tried skipping more than one hole in the dirt with a spoon. Like you and me, I didn't have to dig up the whole way. Somebody already did a bunch of work for me.
What? You didn't dig in the entire tunnel for yourself?
No, not when they put me in that cell. And all the way from there to the well in the yard already. Even looked down the well to check it from there. It was the same tunnel, alright. I just made it good on what somebody else already started.
Then what was the original tunnel for?
Who knows? You're the one with all the answers, pal. Maybe somebody else tried to break out.
Ooh, maybe the animals dug it. Like, to get water from the well or something.
I've heard more plausible scenarios than that in B-grade movies, Kay.
Well, that's right, kid. Ain't no water being had down there. Though, come to think of it, a smell. Yeah, always smelled kinda nice down there.
Nice?
Gee, I don't know. Smells sort of like dessert, I guess.
A sweet scent. That sounds very familiar. Where did we come across a sweet scent before?
Do we have cake? No, we don't. Okay. Knight's body.
Take that!
Detective Gumshoe noticed a sweet smell when we were examining Knight's body. With the help of the police dog, we followed the scent of the body and traced its route back to the prison. And that, Mr. Cassarato, was how we found your tunnel. Could that same sweet scent be what you noticed coming from the well?
Very clever, Mr. Edgeworth. You mean to suggest that this is evidence of the body having been moved through the tunnel?
I do. Furthermore, Mr. Cassarato, you are the only person who could have done it. Nobody else had access.
You have our thanks, Mr. Cassarato. Truly. Finally the truth comes into view. Now unburden yourself. It is time. Confess your role in this tragic incident.
What? You ain't betting this on me?
I'm glad to see that we are finally in agreement, Your Honor.
Oh, if only we were, Mr. Edgeworth. Mr. Cassarato may have been an accomplice, but not Mr. Canis. No, he was working with Mr. Knight.
Hold it!
What do you mean?
I do not believe that he moved Mr. Knight's body. Instead, I believe that he lent Mr. Knight the use of the keys he stole. You gotta be kidding me! Granted, it seems likely that he attacked Mr. Knight. But that doesn't necessarily mean that Mr. Knight was knocked unconscious as a result. And what if he wasn't? What if he and Mr. Cassarato had reached a certain agreement?
What kind of agreement exactly?
Mr. Knight was plotting an escape for which he required a means of leaving his cell. And here he was that precise means in the form of the keys that Mr. Cassarato had just stolen from the guard. Mr. Cassarato himself would need to pass through Mr. Knight's cell in order to effect his own escape. Mr. Knight needed to only shout and alert the guards, and Mr. Cassarato's plan would have been ruined. And so, The two struck a deal.
Lady, the only striking I do is with my fists.
My, still you deny it?
So, we're agreeing that we still disagree?
Mr. Knight had Mr. Casarato unlock his cell so that when Mr. Saint arrived, he could escape into the cage. Mr. Saint was then able to move him into the prison proper just as planned.
Aha! And then he took Mr. Knight into the workshop and did the dirty deed.
Objection!
Were neither of you listening? The scent on Knight's body proves that it was taken through the tunnel. It was moved from the set to tell.
Perhaps if you would let me finish, Mr. Edgeworth. I am not denying that Mr. Knight's body was moved through the tunnel.
Then what are you driving at?
Is this a trick question?
As you say, Mr. Edgeworth, the sweet scent shows the route the body took. However, it did not enter the tunnel from Mr. Knight's cell. Huh? Then how did it get down there? There is another possibility, one you seem to have overlooked.
The well.
The well in the yard. Could a body not have entered the tunnel from there? The well in the yard? Oh yeah, that thing! Mr. Say did not take the cage to the workshop, he took it outside. Then he killed Mr. Knight and threw his body down the well. Mr. Kenneth's dog then dragged Mr. Knight's body here to his owner's cell from the bottom of the well. On that note, I would ask you to recall something. What was happening in the yard at the approximate time of the body's discovery? The show. The second show, right? Regina and Simeon were performing for everyone. Wait. Simeon? Ah, indeed. And so you see how it must have also been him who disposed of the body.
Judge Gavel is a truly formidable opponent. She so effortlessly adjusted her theory to fit the facts.
I propose that Mr. Knight was taken to the yard, not the workshop. And as we have established, Mr. Saint was off stage for 15 minutes. Ample time to throw the body down the well. I am sure you will agree.
Objection!
Your deduction is impressive, Your Honor. However, even supposing that Knight's body was indeed thrown down the well, you cannot conclusively say that it was during the show. It could have happened at a different time.
My sympathies, Mr. Edgeworth, but it simply could not have.
What?
Mr. Casavato was using the tunnel at around the time the show began. Mr. Casavato, did you happen to trip over a corpse while you were down there?
Oh, no, this was clean.
If the body had been at the bottom of the well before the show began, Mr. Casarato would have seen it. However, he saw no such thing. Which makes it somewhat difficult to support your theory. Furthermore, Mr. Knight's body was discovered in the workshop after the show.
Damn.
In summary, the body must have been thrown down the well and moved to the workshop at some point during the show. Tell me, who else could have done that but Mr. Saint?
No!
What do we do, Mr. Edgeworth?
If the body did indeed enter the tunnel from the well, things don't look good for Mr. Saint. Still, Your Honor, your theory is still just that, a theory, and I post that you lack the evidence to back it up.
I concede that for the moment I do not.
May I suggest that we investigate the yard again?
Very well. May the goddess of justice go with you.
Now then, to the yard. Perhaps we can finally put this case to rest. What's that sound?
Yikes! Is there a fire?
Did somebody else escape? Should we maybe skip down to...
Darlings, please. There's nothing to be alarmed about. By which I mean, that's not an alarm. It's the dinner bell. Although I suppose it is rather alarming if you aren't used to it.
It certainly scared the heck out of me.
I'm so sorry, sweet pea. I hope you can forgive us. Alright, you two, back to your post. Chop chop. And as for you, Rocco Casarato, it's time you went back to your room.
Fine, I get the picture. Come on, Daddy, we're out of here.
Warden McGuard, we'd like to take one more look around the yard now.
Oh, darlings, don't you have homes of your own to go to? Visiting hours are over, I'm afraid. Tomorrow,
No, it's imperative that we investigate it right away.
I think we had quite enough excitement for one day, don't you? Murderers, escapees, so eventful. The sound that our guests went home to Betty Buys, isn't it? Yes, it is. Come on now, darling. Don't make me bore with you with all that I am the warden. This is an old nonsense.
Warden McGuard is right. Her word is law here, and we must respect her wishes. Mr. Edgeworth, your investigation of the yard will have to wait until tomorrow. You may keep your badge for now. The matter of your standing can wait. I bid you all good day.
What are you waiting for, kittykins? Off you go.
Fine. At least there is a tomorrow for me. Judge Gravel believes that Knight's body was dropped down the well, and then taken through Mr. Casarato's cell to the workshop. But is that truly the case? Do the facts really support her theory? She also seems to believe that Mr. Saint had to be the one to move the body. But was he really the only one with the opportunity to do so?
Come on, Mr. Edgeworth. Tomorrow's another day. We'll figure out a way to save Simeon. I know we will.
Yes, we will. I'll prove that Mr. Saint is innocent, beyond a shadow of a doubt.
To be continued. God, nice voice acting. Thank you, One Snap. It comes from roleplay experience. Coming up with different voices on the fly.
March 29, 10:12 a.m. Prison Yard.
Here we are again. Let's hope we can find something this time that will finally reveal the truth behind it all. Although that might be easier said than done.
There's nothing left to investigate.
Judge Gravel's deduction yesterday.
There is another possibility, one you seem to have overlooked. The well in the yard. Could a body not have entered the tunnel from there? In summary, the body must have been thrown down the well and moved to the workshop. At some point during the show. Tell me, who else could have done that but Mr. Saint?
Had Knight's body been really thrown down the well? Had Knight's body really been thrown down the well? The answer to that question will surely show us the way forward. But before we begin, I should tidy up my organizer a little.
Unnecessary evidence has been removed. Remaining evidence has been rearranged.
Let's see here. Huh? There's a cover on it.
A dried up well slap bang in the middle of a prison. Figures it'd be locked.
Well, luckily, I'm a master lockpicker. Want me to do my stuff?
I think not. We'll do this investigation by the book.
Come on, don't be such a stick in the mud. Whoa!
What is it, Kay?
The lock's broken. And from the looks of it, it's been broken for a long time.
If that's the case, then anyone could have thrown Knight's body down the well. Judge Gravel's theory was that Mr. Saint carried out the murder out here in the yard, and then during the performance he threw the body down the well.
What are you thinking, Mazzarino? Possible or no?
Oh, why don't we see if Missile can help us out again? He'll be able to tell us if Mr. Knight's body was here, and which way it went.
Good idea. I'll call Detective Ronshu.
Thank you for the follow, One Snap.
Gumshoe speaking.
Detective, I need your assistance. Come to the prison yard and bring Missile with you.
You bet, sir. Come choose 7 secret weapons to the rescue again, huh?
I'm fairly sure Missile belongs to the precinct. I also like you to bring one of our witnesses. Call the Berry Big Circus and ask Miss Regina Berry to come down here with you.
Yes, sir. I'll be there before you know it.
So, what shall we do while we're waiting for Gummy? How about a quick game of hide and go seek?
Fun idea, kiddo. But where exactly will we hide?
He's not seriously considering it. Your game can wait, Kay. We need to call on one of your more practical skills. I think you know the one.
Oh, you bet I do. One crime scene recreation coming right up.
Say what now?
Let me show you. Introducing our Great Thief's great secret weapon, Little Thief.
Whoa, screens appearing from thin air. This is some next level tech, little sis. Want to talk me through the deets? What are you doing now?
I'm inputting everything we need for the simulation.
Allow me to explain. This is Mr. Thief. It's a device that can recreate crime scenes at specific moments in time based on the data you feed it.
How about I start us off with a recreation of what the yard looked like yesterday?
Good idea. That was when we were in the middle of tearing down the stage. We didn't pay much attention to the well then. Who knows? We may have overlooked something.
Leave it to me. I'll use the photo I took. Beepity boop beep boop beep. That's all the data. Just gotta pump the projection power to max and... Dark skies of evening when no other bird dares to take wing, one alone remains all seen. Now witness the true power of a real modern day Robin Hood.
Yipes! What is this?
It's a recreation of how things were yesterday, modeled on the data I gave Little Thief. This gadget was a tool used by the original Yatagarasu. They used it to plan robberies.
Well, there's no harm in using it for something on the right side of the law now.
Oh, but keep in mind that it can only recreate what you tell it to. It can't simulate things it doesn't have data for, and if the data itself contains mistakes, then you'll wind up with those same mistakes in the recreation too.
Well, this particular recreation is based on Kay's photo, so we shouldn't run into any problems. That's enough preamble. Shall we get started?
Don't forget, you can examine stuff in the recreation just like in real life. You can also present evidence to try and clear up any inconsistencies you find.
Of course. Thank you for the reminder. Now, let's take a look at that well. We should examine this area carefully. It may just hold the clue we need. Huh? What are a bunch of pulleys doing here? They don't seem to be well pulleys for lifting buckets. There's a sturdy-looking hemp rope lying on the ground.
Kinda reminds me of the ropes we used for playing tug-of-war in school.
The answer is no, Kay.
What? I didn't even say anything yet.
I see it also has a metal stake attached to one end.
Oh yeah, it looks like it's for something used to pull up a tent.
But there was no tent, was there? In which case, what was it used for? It's a metal weight of some kind. It looks like it weighs. The projection makes it a little tricky to read. Do you remember how heavy it was, Kay?
Sure, it was 30 pounds. What does anyone need such a heavy weight for anyway?
It doesn't seem related to the circus show at any rate.
What do we have so far? Just the one, okay.
The well was behind the stage, which means...
There aren't many people who could have thrown Knight's body down during the show.
This is looking worse and worse for Mr. Saint.
So what do you think of all the stuff around the well was used for? I can't see any of the animals needing them for their parts of the performance.
Indeed. Nothing immediately strikes me as a likely purpose. We'll have to ask Miss Berry later. These chairs must have been for the audience.
Wow, I pity whoever had to put them all away.
Really? Why?
Ha! You clearly never had to fold up a bunch of boring chairs before, huh?
Not personally. I've told other people to do it, though.
Come on, Mr. Edgewood, you gotta roll up your sleeves and help out once in a while.
I'll consider it. Yes, this is where the circus show stage stood.
Do you think people would be interested in a great thieving show?
I'm sure the police would be very eager to attend. We said that before, like a while ago. A wicker basket, or rather, a cart given the wheels.
Hey, wouldn't it be fun to hop in and race it down a hill? Oh, you know what else would be fun? Racing down a hill on office chairs.
Where did any of that come from? This pond is home to Warden LeGuard's beloved alligator.
Look, those bones must be from our latest meal.
I somehow what doubt an alligator could pick a carcass clean like that.
You think? I had the feeling she was rather ladylike in her own way, actually.
If you say so.
Well, I do. I kinda have a sixth sense for these things.
An interesting talent, though not one I'm particularly envious of. I don't believe there's any more to be found here.
Oh.
Nah, no.
That doesn't add up. Oops.
Now that's one impressive fence. I'm sure I could climb it if I...
Please don't, it's electrified.
I wonder what's on the other side.
It's the warden's office, I believe.
I guess she likes to keep a close eye on her pets.
This facility probably function better as a zoo than a prison.
What was the name of our drunk happy friend again?
I see you at the Asian elephant.
Of course. How could I forget?
Not exactly inspired though, is it? Was Miss Berry having an off day when she came up with it?
Oh my gosh, Mr. Edgeworth, not in front of the poor elephant herself.
I suspect that's all about there is to find for now. Detective Gumshoe should be here soon too. Okay, you can power down Mr. Thief now.
Sure thing. Prepare to return to normality.
Yes, heal me, please.
Sorry, sir. I came as quick as I could.
Ha! Speak of the devil.
Ah, Detective, that was indeed impressively quick.
You know me, sir. Never did I like to keep you waiting.
Thanks for coming all this way too, Regina. No problem. These seem way more fun than the rehearsals, so I ditched them for the day.
It's very much appreciated. Alright, Detective, let's get started with the missile.
Yes, sir. Hey, missile. Over here, boy. What's the matter? Come on, boy. Come on.
What's wrong with him?
Looks like he's scared of something, sir.
Oh, probably the alligator over there.
Alligator. Because he's not a fan, sir.
Well, I doubt you would be of much help to us like this.
Any other bright ideas, Mazarino?
Yes, actually. Miss Berry, would you mind lending us a hand?
Oh, I'd love to. Just tell me what you need. Do you want me to teach Allie some tricks?
I don't doubt she could do it, but... Nothing quite like that. I simply like an account of what the yard looked like during the show.
I like where this is going. You're thinking of using a little thief again, am I right?
If you would be so kind.
Okay, I plugged in all the data. Firing up the simulation. Here you go. This is what the yard looked like during the show.
The time at which the body was purported to have been thrown down the well.
Oh wow, this is so amazing. It's like magic. No magic here, just a sweet, sweet data. Which is why...
The area behind the stage is missing.
Yeah, Regina says she wasn't involved in getting the stage set up, so we don't have any data on what it was like back there.
No data, no simulation, huh? Brutal.
I'm so sorry, you guys. It's all because I let Simeon do everything by himself.
Oh no, no. It's all my friendly associate's fault.
Objection, Fender!
Anyway, we got a fresh simulation now, but we still have other data too. I can switch back whenever you want. The recreation of them taking down the stage.
So we can examine the scene of both during and after the show. Switch between the two at will. I can switch between recreations using T to talk with K. Now let's continue with our investigation, shall we?
A story of forbidden love between a tiger and an elephant. Wish I could have seen it. Wish I could have seen Simeon up on that stage too. Oh, it was wonderful. The way he flew off that stage.
Ah, yes, that scene.
This victory is depicted in a very unique manner, whereby the villain is sent flying from the stage. Having been ejected from the stage in this manner, the villain no longer appears in the performance.
And you're saying that the crime took place during that time. Roughly how long would you say Mrs. Saint was off stage from Miss Berry?
Let's see. I guess it was around 50 minutes?
Just as Judge Gavel said.
Isn't it pretty hairy, health and safety-wise, having an elephant fling a guy off the stage?
No. Azia's very gentle.
I'm not sure if it changes much if she flings him gently or roughly.
Too gentle, in fact. When he first rehearsed it, she barely nudged him. But by the end, he was flying off that stage. Not because of Azia, though. Simeon had figured out some kind of trick, apparently. Isn't that amazing?
A trick? Do you have any idea what kind of trick?
Who, me? Oh no, it was Simeon's big thing. I wouldn't know where to start.
It would appear that we're missing some kind of data for this point in time.
Yep, that's about the size of it. You gotta steal us some data.
I don't steal data, Kay. I use logic and deduction to get what I need.
More of an act first. Think later, gal.
Please don't add to my workload with your recklessness. I would hate to have to order your arrest.
Okay.
The trick Mr. Saint performed for his big scene could have been something to do with the items we found by the well. Okay, I'd like to have another look at the equipment around the well from yesterday. Can you have Mr. Thief bring up the recreation from when they were tearing down the stage?
You got it.
Taking another look at these items, could they have not been used for this trick of Mr. Saint's?
Sounds plausible enough. Hey, maybe I could add it to the simulation.
Good idea. Please go and ask Mr. Saint for the details.
Roger that. I'll be right back.
Wait, how is the hologram still up if she left the area?
I'm back, and he told me exactly how we did it.
Excellent. Well, how does it work?
He said he used the pulley at the top of the well to suspend a heavy weight from a rope, and lower that down into the well. The other end of the rope went through 2 more pulleys, and was tied around his body.
I see, so he used the downward pull of the weight to help him launch himself into the air. But how did he make sure the weight only dropped when he wanted it to?
He used a stake to stop it, that's how. Miss Berry didn't seem to know anything about the trick or the contraption he built for it, in which case, I suppose it must have been Mr. Saint himself who pulled out the stake. That's right. And to do that, he used the second length of the rope. He tied it to the stake, and then, when he gave it a sharp tug,
the stake was released and the weight dropped down the well.
It's a great trick. I had to steal it. This one has to go into the Great Thief's repertoire.
It may not be quite that easy. These kinds of circus tricks can require years of practice to master. Simply stealing the idea won't be enough.
Alright, practice it is then.
Well, before you run away to do so, would you mind updating the simulation?
Oh, right. Then we can see how it all worked for ourselves. Okay, I'm switching right to the recreation of the performance. And now to add in the data. Then these should be able to reproduce the trick now.
So this is how Mr. Sane performed this trick.
Simeon's full of surprises, huh? I mean, dropping a weight down the well to help him fly off the stage just like that? That's genius.
Indeed. But I imagine he would have needed quite a lot of weight. More than him, at the very least. It would have taken some serious pull to lift him into the air like that.
Yeah, and probably a ton of practice.
Mr. Saint used the well to construct a contraption that would send him flying from the stage. He made clever use of 2 ropes. This tarp is just like the one we saw in the workshop.
This tarp, it's just like the one we saw in the workshop.
Yes. Why is it here?
But why is it here? Are you okay, Mr. Edgeworth? You're kind of blank.
And I need you to stay blank until you stop stealing my thoughts. That's one heavy weight. Kinda makes you...
That's one heavy weight. Kinda makes you think how much of it must be weighing on Simeon.
It does. I'm not quite sure I see it myself.
Oh? Too bad we don't have the real thing here. Otherwise I'd hang it all around your neck like a big old albatross. Then we'll see how you like it.
You'd face some stiff resistance if you tried. I can promise you that. The pulley and the rope. I suppose the two do tend to go together.
They sure do, like a great thief and a treasure. Can't have one without the other.
Sorry, but the proper pairing in this case is a great thief and a set of handcuffs. This is the rope that was hanging down the well.
There's no pinata at the end of it, and definitely no bucket.
Do try to be serious, Kay.
Oh, come on, Mr. Edgeworth. I'm just trying to lighten the mood. So cut it out with that stare of yours.
Actually, she may be onto something. You might want to consider that what could have really been attached to the end of the rope.
Something heavier than Saint. Azia? Nope, not that. Ow. I don't think he's worth more than oh no, okay, I guess that works. Wait, does this seem odd to you?
No.
You ever noticed, Detective? There's something strange about the weight we found.
How heavy it is? There's only one.
The one weight on its own wouldn't be heavy enough. Yeah, that's why I was so against it. A single 30-pound weight couldn't have lifted Mr. Saint off the ground.
Oh yeah.
In which case, could there perhaps be some weights missing?
Sounds like a job for my 7 secret weapons, sir.
Should the need for them arise, I suppose I should speak with them then.
Don't say a word, sir. I know just what you're looking for. It's written all over your face.
It is?
Mr. Baby temporarily out of action. My fishing rod is good to go whenever you need it. Oh, and if you want to give the metal detector a shot, I have that too.
I've never seen him so excited. I'll be sure to let you know if I need either of them, Detective. Detective, I have need of one of your secret weapons.
Roger that.
The metal detector, if you would be so kind.
Oh, jeez. I'm not even gonna get to use my fishing rod. So before we get started, let me run you through how the metal detector works, sir. It's simple enough, just it uses a sound. And this gauge tells you how close you are to something made out of metal. The closer you get, the more strongly it'll react. When it starts going wild like this, just give me the order to examine the spot where I'm standing. Say, what do we got here? Oh, the fence. Anyway, that's how it all works. You tell me whatever you want me to look, sir, and I'll get right on it. Sir, I'm picking up something over here. Let's take a little look-see. Huh? Found these little guys in the grass.
They're the same as the weight we found by the well. They must be from Mr. Saint's trick. Did someone hide these here on purpose?
I count 4 altogether, sir.
There'll be more than heavy enough to send him flying.
So somebody hit several of the same weights as the one by the well. But why? And why over here?
Yes, nice work, me.
Oh, you might want to watch the...
Alligator?
That thing nearly gave me a heart attack. Huh?
What's the matter, detective?
It's the metal detector, sir. It's reacted to the alligator.
What? How?
You're sure it's not responding to the weights we just found?
No, sir. I'm sure this is something different. And I'm sure it's coming from the alligator.
And she's gone.
Ha! We scared that big snapper good. I don't think that's it, Kay. Huh? Then what is it? Allie hasn't been herself lately.
That's the name, Allie, the warden's favorite pet.
She wouldn't even look at the food the warden LeGuire brought her yesterday. She was acting as if, I don't know, as if she'd eaten something that didn't agree with her.
Maybe the metal detector was responding to whatever she ate, sir.
Oh no! What if she ate one of those weights?
I highly doubt that even an alligator could swallow a 30-pound lump of iron. So what did the metal detector actually pick up? And why would someone hide those weights? Perhaps I missed something when I looked at the equipment by the well. Okay, could you recreate the scene again?
Coming right up.
I must scour the scene and inspect anything that catches my attention.
There's the pulley. Why would someone hide those weights? Maybe it's the rope?
Eureka!
No, no.
If I'm not imagining things, it's missing something.
Oh, it's just the weights in general?
Eureka!
No? What am I missing?
pulley, the rope.
Looks like this was designed for raising and lowering a bucket. No sign of a bucket though.
It's missing something. Three pulleys and 2 lengths of rope. Yeah, 2 lengths of rope. The fuck? I must have presented the wrong one then. 2 lengths of rope.
Eureka!
There we go. Thinking about the 2 recreations, the one during the performance and the one we're looking at right now, there's a major difference between the 2. Namely that one of the ropes is missing.
Oh yeah!
As the Saint's trick wouldn't work with only the items we see before us.
So what happened?
Where did the missing rope go? I think one of the pieces of evidence we've collected might tell us exactly that.
Really?
What shows us where the missing rope went.
Take that!
Yeah, now I present that.
This rope was found beside Knight's body.
Wait, you mean...
Yes, it must have been the other rope used in Mr. Saint's trick.
So you're saying...
Yes, that this rope did indeed have a weight attached to it, but there wasn't any iron weights we found. Those were hidden in the bushes and replaced with something else.
What was it, Mr. Edgeworth? Come on, I'm dying here.
Think about what the rope we found in the workshop was related to. Do that, and you'll soon figure out the answer. The weight dropped down the well, and in place of the iron weight was the body.
Take that!
It could only have been it could only have been Knight's body that was dropped down the well.
What? Mr. Knight's body was the weight?
Yes, somebody first swapped out the weights used for Mr. Saint's trick. Then Mr. Saint used the contraption to make his exit from the stage. When he let the rope around his body loose, both the rope and Knight's body fell to the bottom of the well. The rope was never used to restrain Knight. It was used to suspend his body halfway down the well. From this, we can easily see why most of the weights were hidden.
So, no one would realize they've been replaced with a body.
Precisely. We can further deduce that they were hidden by the killer.
Oh there, gang. Wasn't poor old Bronco stabbed in the neck? Wouldn't there have been blood everywhere, including down the well?
Oh, the killer thought of that. Which is why they used this. What did the killer use to stop the Knight's blood from going everywhere? The top.
Take that!
This top was found with the body. I think it's likely that Knight's corpse was wrapped in it.
Oh, another piece of the puzzle falls into place. It's all coming together now. Love it.
But all we're doing is proving that the body did go down the well. Which means we're helping to prove that Simeon was the killer.
No, not quite.
But what about what Judge Gaffel said yesterday?
Ah, but if Mr. Steen was truly is a killer, why would he need to go to such lengths to commit his crime?
That's true.
Knight's body fell down the well when Mr. Steen used his contraption during the show. Therefore, it reveals nothing about what the real killer actually was or what they were doing at the time. It's only designed to throw suspicion on those who were not at the show.
Yeah, I guess we did suspect Mr. Canis right away, huh?
That was the killer's goal, to make us think that the crime took place during the show. In other words, they used the well contraption to construct an alibi. Miss Berry, when exactly did Mr. Saint put this contraption together?
It would have to have been the day before the show. The night before, actually. Yes, we started getting ready for the show around 9 p.m. And then I think we finished around midnight?
In which case, the killer must have switched the weights out for a body after that point.
The night before the incident. Okay.
Did Canis know about this contraption? Even if he did, he wouldn't have been able to do much with it. and I highly doubt that he taught his daughter to suspend bodies halfway down wells, which means Canis isn't the killer.
So do you come to visit the prison often, Regina? I sure do. I have so many little friends here. It's wonderful. And they're all such sweeties. The old faces and the new. I made a new friend one day yesterday. Alicia's the cutest.
Cute? That fully grown alligator lurking in the depths of the pond?
Are you sure about that? Kinda worrying you could just walk over there and chomp, you know? I don't Billy Seeley. She'd never do anything like that. Especially since she's not doing great. I heard she hasn't been herself yesterday. I'm so worried about her. You guys are worried too, right? Right? Yeah, totally. Super worried, right, Mr. Edgeworth?
Yes, super. Don't repeat this. Gumshoe?
It's bad as it looks, sir. Poor little guy's scared out of his skin.
I'd hope to have him track that scent again, but that clearly isn't in the cards now. A worker bastard, or rather a cart by the wheels.
The Great Thieves' great secret weapon. Color me interested, Mazarino. Not exactly by the book stuff, though, yeah. Using Great Thief doodads in an official investigation. Whoa, enough with the death stares, Chief. I'm okay, I'm cool, okay? I can keep a secret. Main thing for the truth, am I right?
It's possible that vital evidence has already been destroyed. Without Kate's reproduction of the scene, we have no hope of finding it.
Hey, relax. Like I said, I'll just zip it and nod politely while you cats do your thing.
Thank you. That would be very helpful.
Okay.
What is it, Mr. Edgeworth?
Switch recreations.
Alright, you want me to change the recreation to the performance 2 days ago? Here you go. This is how things look during the show.
I'm just pushing Kate. The basket was empty in the other recreation.
Oh yeah, it was definitely empty in the photo I took too. Oops, sorry. I made a mistake when I was filling you in earlier.
Oh?
That basket's for holding Azia's food, but on the morning of the show, all the apples that were in it had vanished. Poof. I totally forgot to mention it. Sorry.
Disappearing apples? I should make a note of this. It's the pen that held Azia, the Asian elephant, now empty as the lady herself is on stage.
I wonder how they got her in there in the first place.
What do you mean?
Well, the entrance to the yard is people-sized. And there's like a gazillion megawatts pumping through that fence. Kinda risky, no?
Not if one turned off the electricity.
Yeah, but then all the prisoners would escape.
Through an entrance blocked by an elephant, I think not.
This is a real puzzler, alright? I need to give it some more thought.
She seems to be enjoying the challenge. I'll leave her to it. The chairs are lined up neatly for the show, though we know that there were a few empty seats during this performance.
Huh? Something about the space. The way the seats are arranged. Reminds me of a karaoke contest I entered as a kid.
You entered a karaoke contest?
I sure did, and I came in second. Even in the depths of the night, when no other bird dares to take flight, one alone soars to shine, the light of righteousness on the world's blight.
Tell me you didn't actually sing that.
I sure did.
She did well to take second place. Or perhaps stole is more apt. Or is it more that she failed to steal in the first place? Still first place. I'm overthinking this.
Like, did Azia eat all the apples?
The apples in the basket were likely eaten by Azia.
Really? That's strange. I made sure to put the cart where her trunk can reach them.
Are you sure about that?
Oh yes, it was still full of apples the night before the show.
Then we must consider the possibility that the cart was moved somewhere within Azia's reach. A large basket full of apples could have been moved by the wind, which likely means somebody moved it for a reason. So before the show even had started, the cart had been moved and its apples eaten. Yes, that seems to be the most probable timeline. Let's update the recreation, Carrie.
Will do. I'll add it into the simulation of the performance then. Updating based on what Regina told us now. There, all done.
Little wonder it smelled of animals. It was being used for the elephant.
To hold Azia's apples, right? Yeah, it was full of them the day before the show.
So they vanished overnight.
Oh! Did you figure something out, Mr. Edgeworth?
Quite possibly.
Does the body move with the basket?
Yeah. The basket was moved the night before the circus performance. We've even deduced that the weights were switched out for the body around at the same time.
How'd I chalk up that up to a coincidence, huh?
Then the next question we should be asking is, why was the cart moved? I think I can hazard a guess. The cart would have been blocking that door, which can only mean
that somebody needed to open it. Now, let's see what's... Oh, great. It's locked. Let me ask the guard for help. Hey, Mr. Guard!
He just doesn't mind the hologram's there. Yes, miss, what can I do for you?
That was fast. Guard, where's the key for this door?
Oh, the warden keeps hold of that. I'll go ask her for it.
Warden LeGuard is the only one with the key. Meaning if somebody did open the door, they would have to get it from her somehow.
Thanks for the help.
Looks like all these breakers. They must control the electricity for the whole prison.
So we're thinking somebody got in here the night before the show, right? Why? What were they trying to do?
Well, I doubt they came here by mistake, thinking it was a break room. They must have come to tamper with the switches.
Did they turn off the power to something?
Come to think of it, wasn't there something that lost power? What might have lost power had the breaker been flipped?
The cameras.
Take that!
There was a 3-hour gap in the security camera footage.
Oh yeah, there was. So someone flipped the breaker it was connected to?
It seems very likely.
Do you think it was the killer?
It's true that shutting off the cameras would have made things easier for them.
It would.
Which means the killer would have to be someone who had access to the breakers. And it seems only one person has the key. It couldn't be, could it?
Alright, little thief, your work here is done.
Yes, heal me, please.
First on the scene, the early bird wins the worm.
Good morning, Mr. Winner.
What? You? How did you get here before me?
Good morning, Mr. Edgeworth. I see you made an early start.
And I see you made a late one, Nudge Gavel.
This is not my only case. I'm a very busy woman. Not all of us enjoy the freedom of a prosecutor relieved of his only current responsibility. Grr. Oh, I do apologize. I meant, of course, an associate attorney.
Associate? More like asinine.
We'll see about that.
Eustace, let us begin the investigation of the yard.
Okay, I'll go get some officers to help.
Hold it!
That won't be necessary.
Why not?
We've already finished investigating the yard, and won quite the prize in the process.
What on? But I'm supposed to be the winner.
Your Honor? I'd like to revisit your theory from yesterday, in order to thoroughly disprove it.
I would caution you to choose your words carefully, Mr. Edgeworth, as I am sure you remember, your badge is in my hands.
How could I forget? You've told me several dozen times already. Perhaps you care to try a different threat?
You have been warned repeatedly, yes, and each time my words seem to have fallen on deaf ears. Allow me to make this crystal clear. The committee cannot and will not tolerate insubordination.
Objection!
The fate of my badge and the whims of the committee are no concern to me now. The only thing that concerns me is proving Simeon Saint's innocence.
Interesting, and spoken like a true defense attorney. In that case, I shall be equally uncompromising. In the name of the goddess of justice, I will strike down your case without mercy. And when I am done, your career as a prosecutor will be over as well. I hope you do not come to regret this.
Judge Cavell's theory.
My theory remains the same as when I related to you yesterday. Mr. Caserato did not see Mr. Knight's body when he passed through the tunnel. As such, the body could only have been dropped down the well during the show. We both know the only one who could have dropped the body down there during the show is Mr. Saint.
That's still your assertion? And you can prove it, of course.
Of course she can. Who do you think you're up against?
What Eustace means to say is that we received the final autopsy report just ahead of our arrival.
She really is a very busy woman. Busy looking after baby Winner.
The victim appears to have died the night before the body was discovered. In other words, the night before the show. The cause of death is as stated. It seems the wound is 4 inches deep. Yep, the night before the show. Simeon Saint was off stage for a period of 15 minutes. There was plenty of time for him to throw the victim's body down the well.
Judge Cavell still hasn't investigated the yard yet, which means... I fear there may be something of a flaw with your theory, Your Honor.
You seem very confident of that. But do you have any evidence to prove it?
Yes, I think I just might.
Yeah, he's gotta prove that his body was suspended there for the whole time.
Hold it!
Isn't it possible that Mr. Caserato simply failed to notice the body?
Assistant to the Associate Attorney, you have been through the secret passage, have you not?
Whoa, how did you know?
I noticed mud on you yesterday, and a charming key in your hair to be precise.
That's incredible. You could be a great thief with eyes like that.
Answer me truthfully in the name of the goddess. Would you have noticed a body had one been present?
Well, you know, I guess I would have.
There you have it. Mr. Caserato did not see a body, which means there was no body there to see.
Hold it!
Could you talk us through your reasoning on that a little more?
The day before the performance, Mr. Knight borrowed keys from Mr. Caserato.
Or more specifically, the keys to his cell.
Mr. Knight then used the keys to leave his cell and enter Mr. Saint's cage. Mr. Saint took Mr. Knight to the yard in that cage, and that's where he killed him. The following day, Mr. Caserato crawled his way through the tunnel, but there was no body there yet.
Wait a second, that doesn't add up. Mr. Caserato smelled that sweet smell. So Mr. Knight must have been in the tunnel already.
No, his body did not pass through the tunnel until sometime after Mr. Caserato had crawled through it. Mr. Caserato used the tunnel right around the time the show was starting. The body was discovered just after the performance ended.
From which you deduce that the body could only have been thrown down the well during the show.
Yes, and who the culprit must be. Only the body could have been dropped down the well during the show. Let me get that. Let me press this one last one just to make sure.
Hold it!
Are you sure about that? Could nobody else have done it?
I understand that Miss Berry was on stage for the entire performance. Most of the prisoners were watching the show, and those who weren't have plausible alibis.
What about the guards?
They too were watching the show, as there was the warden.
How can you be so sure? A guard could have easily approached the well unnoticed.
None of the guards left their posts during the show. I checked this for myself, you know. I took statements from each and every one of them.
She's thorough. I'd prefer that.
Are you finally ready to accept the truth? That the killer could not have only been Simeon Saint?
Judge Yvel hasn't carried out a full investigation of the yard yet.
Which means we still got the advantage for a change.
I should review the evidence that we gathered during our investigation of the yard.
Objection!
Sorry, Your Honor, but there is something else you're going to have to take into account. The well in the yard was rigged up to create a certain unique contraption.
A contraption? Go on.
You will recall that Mr. Saint was sent flying from the stage by the elephant.
I do, just before he was to be absent for some time.
He was only able to fly through the air thanks to a weighted rope he had tied around himself, dropping the weight end down the well, allowing him to complete the trick.
Objection!
Wait, wouldn't that send him flying as soon as he set foot on stage?
It's simple really, he kept the weight from falling by using a stake to keep the rope in place. With a second rope he was able to pull the stake free, thereby controlling when the weight was dropped. We have found the evidence to suggest that the original weight was replaced with Knight's body. That was done by the real killer in order to create an alibi. The estimated time of death tells us that the murder took place early in the morning. The killer could have tampered with the contraption in the time between the murder and the show.
Objection!
So you're saying that Mr. Saint himself set this contraption up, right? Well then, who do you think is the number one most likely person to have used it to dispose of the body, Even you must see how this looks.
Objection!
If Mr. Saint was the killer, he could have simply done as Judge Gavel theorized, without these extra steps. Miss Berry,
Yes?
does anyone else know how Mr. Saint's trick works?
Well, let's see. We have to get the prison's approval on what we were going to perform. So I don't think Simeon's the only one who knows.
And there you have it.
Overruled!
Interesting. You have certainly been diligent in your investigation, and yet I fail to comprehend your actions still. Why do you not work to do what is right?
Is what I am doing wrong? If so, who is it that deems it so?
How can you not grasp even that? How could you not see that you're doing wrong at this very moment? You are a prosecutor, and yet you aid the defense. These flies in the face of common sense. You are breaking every rule in the book.
I think only of what is right and just, and act as I see fit in each situation I am confronted with. This is the path I have chosen, and whether you can comprehend that choice is immaterial. But if you mean to stand in my way, I will fight back with all I can bring to bear.
Perhaps the goddess of justice is testing me. Very well. If it is our will that we must fight, then I shall end this once and for all. Listen well, Mr. Edgeworth, for there is another reason why only Mr. Saint can be the killer.
Why Saint is the suspect?
If the body was moved from the yard to the workshop, then Mr. Knight must have first been brought here to the yard from his cell. The only person who had the opportunity to do that is Simeon Saint, and thus he remains the only plausible suspect. Mr. Saint took a cage with him to Mr. Knight's cell. But why would he do that? Why take such an unwieldy object all the way to the holding cells? Yeah, it is pretty sus.
But we've all met Mr. Saint. That's exactly the kind of thing he would do. It's entirely plausible that he took the cage with him out of absent-mindedness and nothing else.
It may be plausible, but it is no more or less plausible than him having helped Mr. Knight to escape.
I need some real solid evidence if I'm going to get her to budge.
plan must have been the first of all here for the Arcturus cell. So you say they brought the cage from the Arcturus cell.
Hold it!
Was there really no other way he could have come here?
Mr. Knight was awaiting trial. If he, a random non-inmate, had openly entered the prison proper, he surely would have been noticed.
And presumably, none of your witnesses have testified having seen such a thing.
Precisely. Praised to be the Court of Justice for granting you this insight. So as you would agree, it can only be that Mr. Knight was brought over here in secret.
Hold it!
You're certain nobody else had the opportunity?
Need I remind you that we are in a prison? The entire facility is monitored at all times. Anything out of the ordinary would have been spotted.
Hold it!
But Mr. Saint was under that same scrutiny, was he not?
Overruled!
The warden had granted the members of the circus troupe special access. As a member of that troupe under the supervision of Mr. Berry, he is the only person who was free to wander where he willed.
Objection!
It seems you've forgotten something, Your Honor.
Overruled!
Forget is not a word in my vocabulary, Mr. Edgeworth.
Very well, then recall this fact if you will. You claim that Mr. Saint is the only person who was free to walk around the prison. But there was a brief period of time on the day of the crime in this prison. A time when it would have been possible for anyone to move through the prison entirely unmonitored. What do I have that shows there was a period on the day of the crime that was oversight and limited?
Wait a second.
Take that!
Mr. Saint is far from the only one who had the opportunity.
Which opportunity are we talking about again?
We previously established the time code on the security footage was off by 3 hours, and from this we can deduce that there must have been a power outage lasting for that length of the time, during which anyone could have moved around the prison undetected.
Do you ever mean to say that our killer intentionally created this 3-hour gap? That it was no simple camera malfunction? Is that even possible?
It was completely possible to create the 3-hour gap using this.
Take that!
Our investigation of the yard turned up something rather interesting. A panel of breakers, one which can be used to cut the power to the security cameras. We also learned that the door to the power room may have been all open around the time of the murder.
What?
Such a shame. To see one so capable fall short of the mark.
Mr. Edgeworth knows what he's doing.
Ha ha ha. Then how does he explain the lock on the power room door?
Oh yeah, it was kinda locked up tight. And the warden's the only one with the key.
Those breakers are vital to the prison's infrastructure, so I very much doubt anyone could have gained access to the power room's key so easily.
Objection!
No, but one person could have.
I beg your pardon?
That person, the killer, had easy access to it in fact. And what's more, their position here is such that nobody would dare question them.
Objection!
What? There's no one like that. The breaker to the electric fence is in there. They would have been questioned in an instant.
There's only one person who meets these criteria. I could hardly believe it myself, but I have to follow where the logic leads. The person who had access to the power room key was...
The Warden Laguard. Fifi Laguard.
Take that!
The real culprit is... Warden Laguard.
Oh, just look at you. Aren't you the cutest little poochie woo?
He's not just a pretty face. Missile has also quite the nose for sweet things. It seems he's smelling something very sweet indeed, and it's coming from you.
Oh, darling, you're making me blush. I'm not even wearing perfume.
Then perhaps it is the sweetest stench of death.
You're a regular poet, aren't you? I had no idea. But if I didn't know better, I'd almost think you were calling moi the killer.
That is precisely what I'm calling you.
What?
Warden LaGuard is the killer? Mr. Edgeworth, do you realize what you're saying?
Oh, such a naughty boy. How could he suspect me? I'm the one in charge around here. It's like we're in a murder mystery, aren't we?
And equally far-fetched. This is preposterous.
Hold it!
Sadly, it is not, although I can hardly believe it myself. But this is where the evidence points, and we must trust in the evidence. This piece of evidence proves that Warden LaGuard is the killer.
Take that!
Your scent betrays you, Warden. And here is your accuser.
The police dog?
We had him track a sweet scent that was lingering around Knight's body back when it was first found. He now appears to be smelling the same scent, and it's coming from you!
Oh, darling, you're priceless, really you are. The evidence is a whiff of suspicion. Verity, dear, do put him in place.
It seems Judge Gravel may have reached a similar conclusion to myself.
You believe this to be no mere coincidence, Mr. Edgeworth?
I do, after all. She had the key, and the scent found lingering on the body is hers as well. Were it just one or the other, we might have been able to brush it off as coincidence, however...
Indeed, then it seems a conclusion approaches. Perhaps we should hear what the warden has to say for herself.
We should, and when we have, this case will finally be at an end.
You're being simply awful. Stop looking at me like that. Me, the killer? How could I possibly do such a thing?
I didn't do it.
Verity told me everything she knows about the case, sweetie. The victim died in his cell, so by your logic, I would have had to kill him here. Would have killed him here, but how am I supposed to have moved the body? Especially as I never went into the prison. I was too busy with work, you see. I was cooped up in my office right before the show began. Check it right. You won't find a record of anywhere of my having entered or left the prison proper. I haven't the first idea what harebrained theories you little scamps have cooked up, but I'm innocent. There's simply no way I could have been the killer.
Give me a break. Missile doesn't lie. Don't make it hard on everyone else and just come clean.
Oh dear, I'm afraid you are the one making things difficult. As I just said, I never went into the prison. You think I'm lying? Go and check the records.
She clearly wants us to check those records, which means they won't help us. We'll just have to find another way of getting the truth out of her.
Please, Mr. Edwards, stop being a big silly. You made a boo-boo and you know it.
I mean, the warden's office is right next to the yard.
The murder took place in a cell. You seem very happy to accept that.
And why shouldn't I be? Seems the most likely place for it to have happened without drawing attention. And besides, they found Knight's blood in his cell.
Yes, but that was from being struck by Mr. Viscerato. Although I needn't to tell her that, I suppose. I take it there's also been no testimony to the contrary.
What does it matter? Knight being killed in his cell doesn't go against any of the facts anyway.
Do you have any evidence that you didn't enter the prison?
Please, darling, let me finish.
So you were in your office the whole time, and you didn't notice anything unusual?
No, I can't say that I did.
And you didn't notice anything missing?
I must confess, I'm a rather messy girl. And a forgetful one at that. I put something down and it's lost forever. It's a curse, darling. A curse. I even lost some important evidence recently. It was gone. Poof. Just like that.
What? And she still has a job?
Honestly, if someone came into my office and took something, it might be years before I noticed.
Seems like I need more than the power room key to expose her.
On the day of the murder, I was working in my office. Oh, and looking for something I misplaced. Even if I had the reason to go into the prison, I simply wouldn't have had the time.
Sure, maybe you didn't go through the main entrance to the prison, but what if you took another route?
Oh, come on now, sweetie. Surely you wouldn't mean that awful, filthy tunnel we discovered. Why, until yesterday, I had no idea it even existed.
No, you had another way in. I'm certain of it. A route that didn't require going through the main entrance or the tunnel. The route you took went through this location.
What, do I put the door, or...? Here?
Take that!
Yeah. Through the fence.
Warden, you took Knight from his cell and brought him into your office, which just happens to be connected to the yard. If you had a way to get through the fence, then you would be able to circumvent both the entrance and the tunnel.
Hee, a gold star for creativity, darling. And how would I have gotten through the vents? The extremely high vents, topped razor wire with thousands of volts of electricity going through it.
Yeah, how's she supposed to have gone through that, huh?
The fence's electricity supply can be cut off from the power room, and only you had the key, Warden. No one but you could have done it.
Utterly ridiculous. The power room is on the prison side of the yard. Warden LaGuardia was on the detention center side. How would she even reach the power room?
Exactly, Verity, darling. Well, clever puss, you've dug yourself a real hole now.
If there is no record of Warden LaGuardia having entered the prison proper, then the idea is she could have shut off the fence by using the breakers out of the question.
But there must be some way she could have done it.
Take a deep breath, big guy. Lose your cool and you've lost everything.
But if I don't find a solution, she might still wriggle out of this.
Hey, I said take a deep breath, not freak out and completely lose your cool. There's nothing to be gained by banging your head against the same wall, yeah?
No matter how you look at it, Warden LaGuardia couldn't have done it alone.
Mr. Edgeworth, if you cannot find it... You aren't doing yourself any favors by obstructing justice with your silence.
That was a reflexive objection, but now that I've yelled it, if I don't come up with an answer, it's all over. I have one more thing to add, if you permit me.
Something that explains how the warden could have shut off the breaker from the wrong side of the fence.
Yes, because it's not as impossible as it seems. What enabled her to shut off the breaker?
Her position? The time of the murder. Shit.
The time of the murder enabled Lord Legua to shut off the power.
The time?
Yes.
How exactly?
Ah, shit.
I see you have no answer.
Just no correct answer, it would seem. Legua can turn off the breaker alone.
Oh, just an accomplice.
She couldn't have done it alone, but what if she wasn't alone?
Oh, now we're talking. Way to flex the old gray matter, kiddo.
I believe that Warden Legua had an accomplice.
Enough, you disappoint me, Mr. Edgeworth.
What do you mean? Mr. Edgeworth has said nothing wrong.
The inmates of this prison are all issued with security bracelets. The ones that didn't raise the alarm if people were to go... The ones that raised the alarm if people don't go where they're not supposed to... Ah! I see I realized your error, and here we are, of course, within the prison grounds, where not only the bracelets are worn, but even the guards surveil each other for signs of wrongdoing.
And despite all that, no one noticed Mr. Costolato's escape.
The only ones who are free to roam are the animals, and they most certainly could not have operated the breaker.
No, so our accomplice must be human.
Then who did it, given that it cannot have been the prisoner or a guard?
I wouldn't be so quick to rule out either, Your Honor. The fact is, there was one person, someone whose movements were restricted. And I have just the evidence to show who that freely roaming person was.
Take that!
This is one of the prisoner's bracelets.
Indeed, a broken bracelet belonging to a certain self-proclaimed model prisoner.
What do you mean? And who is this prisoner?
Frank Solomot, Warden Legua's favorite inmate. It's strange, isn't it, Warden, that he was able to keep his broken bracelet hidden and wander freely around the prison all the while.
That's pretty funky. I don't mean in a good way.
It couldn't be the case that he was permitted some sort of special leeway, could it? Although you are in the habit of giving such leeway to certain others. Bodhidharma Canis, for example.
Mr. Edgeworth, this is pure speculation.
In that case, why don't we ask Mr. Solomot himself? I'm confident he will confirm for us that he and Warden Legua were accomplices in this crime. If the two of them had worked together, a certain route into the prison becomes viable. The real route by which Knight was moved from his cell to the prison proper. Recall that there were two big obstacles in our path. First, the security cameras outside Knight's cells. Second, the electrified fence in the yard. But she was able to remove both obstacles in one fell swoop by having Mr. Solomot shut off the corresponding breakers.
Alright, Mr. Edgeworth, you've had your fun.
And do you still deny it, Warden Legua?
No, darling, you've got me, I admit it.
Warden? Tell me this isn't true.
Sorry, Verity, honey. I'm afraid it is. Frankie, I'll be do it.
No way! You did it, Mr. Edgeworth, you got her.
Nice shooting, cowboy. Shouldn't we bring you out of this one now?
As Mr. Edgeworth said, I had Frankie switch off the breaker. But we didn't kill Knight, did we? No, sweetums, no we didn't.
What?
Warden, explain yourself.
Oh, Verity, dear. I doubt our precious goddess will want to hear my excuses now.
She is all merciful. You have but to confess, and you shall be saved.
Oh, gosh, all right. I was being threatened. I had no choice but to do as he said.
Who's he?
Bodhidharma Canis, that awful assassin.
Canis?
How long has it been since that awful man came here to my beautiful prison? I'll never forget the day he arrived. The moment we were alone, he said this to me.
You should know that I have other dogs. Dogs not confined to this fine institution.
Others?
Yes, very loyal dogs. Dogs who will do anything I ask of them.
Of course, he wasn't talking about real dogs. He was talking about his very human cronies. And then he said one last thing.
I would recommend that you take care in how you treat me during my stay here. I wouldn't want to have to set my dogs on you or your precious family.
I had no choice. I gave him that cell. I gave him everything he asked for.
Everything? Wait, is that how he became the Fixer?
Yes, darling. I obeyed his every command and smuggled in for him all that he wanted. Eventually, I brought the dear, sweet Frankie into our little conspiracy. He agreed right away, of course, because I made things easier for him, too.
So you were smuggling in contraband? How exactly?
Once a week, late at night, Frankie would shut off the breakers. That allowed me to go from my office into the yard where I'd been seen by the cameras. And I simply dropped the packages down the well on the prison side and went back through the fence. Each of them spritz with one little of my perfume.
So that's what the sweet smell was.
Yes, it was a signal for Canis' dog. When he picked up the scent, he would fetch the packages and bring them back to his master. I had to make sure Rocco wasn't in his cell at the time, of course.
It can have been easy for them from finding out.
Oh, we're all very much creatures of habit here at the prison, darling. Everything runs to a schedule, meals, exercise hours, that sort of thing. We knew when he wasn't there. And that adorable little bear of his freezes with fright at the sight of Canis' dog. Poor thing. So there was no risk of him raising an alarm either.
She has an oversight over everything here in the prison, which made her the perfect mule. With her on his side, Canis couldn't fail.
Frankie would sneak out again early in the morning to switch the breakers back on, and our work was done. Apart from fixing the time codes on the camera, which I would do later, when I got the chance.
You have shared a great deal, Warden. The goddess of justice will surely take your honesty into account.
I've been the most dreadful fool I know I have. I'm supposed to be the one in charge. The day of Knight's murder was also one of our delivery days. And so Frankie, bless her, did his usual work with the breakers. But there was no package for me to deliver that day, so I didn't go out into the yard.
So that's the secret behind the Fixer system, and that's why she was. And why she was.
Police have been trying to track down his accomplices for the longest time. Even I have to lend them a hand myself, you know. Heaven knows how many times I've hauled the secretive scoundrel into my office to talk to me. But no matter what I say or how much evidence I present him with, he simply won't say a word.
That's why you were interrogating Mr. Canis over and over.
Exactly. I was trying to track down those horrible henchpeople of his. I borrowed everything the police had on that rotten scoundrel. I watched his every mood, every letter he wrote.
His letters. And I suppose she must have known about his correspondence chess games, too.
But no matter what I did, I couldn't turn up any clues as to who his underlings were. Living in fear like this, it's... Oh, you just can't comprehend it.
As you've just heard it for yourself, Mr. Edgeworth. The words of Warden Laguard's confessions have cleansed her of all suspicion. Surely there's no need to hound her any longer?
Has she really been cleared of all suspicion, though? Or is there more to her? More about her to uncover? I'm sorry, Your Honor, but this conversation isn't over yet. And I think the Goddess of Justice would agree.
So you mean to make her suffer more than she already has?
Unfortunately, her suffering under Mr. Canis does nothing to prove her innocence in Knight's murder. She murdered a cell that she knew of and even facilitated the so-called Fixer's delivery route. I believe she used the same route to move Knight's body.
And where is your evidence, Mr. Edgeworth?
It is in the fact that the sweet smell on Knight's body is the exact same scent Water LeGuard uses to signal a delivery. What do you make of that?
Well, that's because we've done it so many times by now that the whole world probably smells of it. Someone must have just rubbed off on his body.
That does match the statement that Mr. Coserato had provided.
Smell? Yeah, I smell kinda nice down there.
Nice.
Gee, I don't know, smells all like a dessert, I guess.
His words would seem to suggest that the smell had permeated the well. You've been rendered speechless, I see. And I hereby move to adjourn this session of the court.
No, what do we do, Mr. Edgeworth?
What can I do? This is as far as we go? Is as far as we go?
Finally! So we're actually done?
Yes, Eustace, it seems we are. By the power vested in me, this court is adjourned. Who was that?
Come on, Judge G. Things were just getting good.
Fender!
Are you objecting to my adjourning this session?
No. Would have shouted objection if I wanted to do that. You do you, G. Adjourn. Don't adjourn. Whatever floats your boat.
What are you doing, Mr. Fender?
Don't worry about what I'm doing. Let's just all take a chill pill, shall we? By which I mean a square chocolatey goodness. Anyone?
Are you trying to get yourself charged with contempt of court?
No, my bad. I just had a quick request to make is all. As Simeon Saints Laura, that is.
Ah yes, I had forgotten that you were his real attorney, Mr. Fender.
How could you? You're killing me here.
Can you blame us? You've been making Mr. Edward do everything this whole time.
Right you are, which is why I figure it's time to put in some work.
Work, you say? Somehow I don't believe you've worked a day in your life.
Then let's just say this is me doing some prep work for the upcoming trial. Mind if we question the witness?
Now? Amusing. But what is there left to ask?
I get a feeling in my funny bone that Thieves here has something more to tell us about the killer.
Do I?
Yes, indeed. See, as a major player in the teams on Team Simeon, I can't spot a sympathizer when I see one. And you don't think he did it, do you? So tell us, who did? Come on, spill the beans. We're all ears.
Mr. Edgeworth, what's he doing?
He's trying to coax Water LeGuard into giving something away. Ask yourself, why would she go through all the trouble of sending Knight's body on such an odd journey? It's because she wanted to free Mr. Canis.
She did? No way!
If he was convicted of committing murder here, it would have gone on the grounds to transfer to another prison. Could have been grounds for a transfer to another prison. Most likely a more secure facility.
And where he'd be out of her hair forever.
Precisely. She saw her opportunity and seized it.
No. Say cannot be the killer. That's not fair. I was already ready to prosecute him.
I know, right? But we should find out what she thinks first. Don't want to get the wrong guy, yeah?
Nice. Now Mr. Wynn has to go along with it too.
Well, Warden, are you happy to testify further?
Of course, how could I refuse this silver-tongued devil? Eddykins, you have such a way with words.
Just doing my job, thief.
Besides, one can tell the truth without telling the whole truth, can one? I'm simply dying to tell all. Verity, darling, do as you say you let me.
As you wish. Court is unadjourned.
I can't believe you just pulled that out, Mr. Fender.
Ooh, me neither.
Thanks for your timely intervention.
Hey, it's the least I can do. Kay's not wrong. I've been leaning on you hard. And besides, the defense never rests. Am I right? Simeon's depending on us. Sadly, I think I just about exhausted my reserves of cool lawyer chat there. And we can't foul this up now. Which means you're up to the bat. Miles with smiles. Show him that never rest spirit.
I shall.
Fabulous. Then let's get started.
My truth.
I really don't think anyone could have done it but that dreadful man Canis. There's no telling what went on between him and the victim. Perhaps he simply took a disliking to him. He's certainly the type. But whatever the sordid details, it was him who stabbed the poor man to death. And he had his dog dispose of the body. That simply has to be what happened. The victim, Mr. Knight, yes? I did him the most terrible disservice.
Yes, you killed him.
I suppose you could put it that way.
So, any contradictions? So, it's something to do with his connection with Knight. Did she just not notice they were just playing chess?
If I were such a sorry screws for one, this would have never have happened. And that's why I have to clean up this terrible mess.
Warden Laguard, as ever, your honesty is truly to your credit. I am certain Mr. Knight is looking down and weeping tears of gratitude.
You've clearly never met Mr. Knight.
Hold it!
Knight was being kept in a holding cell while Mr. Canis was in the prison proper. What could possibly have happened between them when they were at the opposite ends of the facility?
Prisons aren't as big as they seem, though. All kinds of awful things can happen.
But Knight only arrived 2 days before he was murdered. I can't imagine anything significant happening in that short space of time.
But you don't know Canis, my dear. Well, he'd find a way, I'm sure of it.
Hold it!
How could he take a disliking to somebody all the way over in the holding cells?
Oh, I'm just plucking possibilities out of the air, darling. And I said there's no telling what really went on between them. You're so awfully serious, aren't you? Not that I might, of course.
Why is she looking at me like that?
So noble, so dashing, that marvelous suit, so clever. I can feel myself becoming your biggest fan, darling. I really can.
No!
Stay with me, Mr. Edgeworth.
Ugh. I wasn't prepared for that mental onslaught.
Hold it!
What more can you tell us about those sordid details?
Well, we all know what Canis once did for a living. I doubt the killing part gave him much trouble, especially as the victim was already injured. His neck, I think. Couldn't turn his head to the right, poor dear. That's what they told me when they brought him in anyway.
They must have made some sort of report for the warden when the new prisoners are admitted. So you seem keen for us to think you didn't know much about Knight.
That's because I didn't, sweetie, and the victim was simply a fun target to that monster, nothing more. I expected Canis to use the chisel that was hidden in that chess set, don't you? Oh, for grisly business. Just imagine, the man probably didn't even have time to cry out.
I see. Thank you for your thoughts. They were very helpful. Actually, I'd like to hear about them in a little more detail if you don't mind.
Oh, Mr. Edgeworth, you're making me blush. I could chat with you all day. Oh, don't look so nervous, darling. I'm only teasing. Of course we can talk about them some more.
Objection!
How the fuck did you know it was in the chess set?
Warden Laguard, you strike me as being more careful than the image you project suggests.
Oh, Mr. Edgeworth, please, call me Phoebe, or Sweetie Pie if you prefer.
However, I think you may have been a little less careful than you realize in this instance.
Tee-hee, aren't you the most adorable little creature? Don't be embarrassed, we're all family here.
Come on, Mr. Edgeworth, don't let her get it inside your head.
You said earlier that you didn't know much about Knight, in which case I find it rather strange that you know about the chisel.
Well, of course I do, darling. Do you think we don't check prisoners when they come in?
Objection!
You're not talking your way out of this, Warden. That is entirely irrelevant, and you know it. Knight didn't bring the chess set into the prison himself. It was brought by Mr. Saint when he came to visit. Knight wouldn't have had it himself when he arrived.
What? Of course that. When Mr. Saint came in, we...
Objection!
You checked him? I find it hard to believe, because if you did, that makes your story all the stranger. If you found the chisel, why did you not confiscate it there and then? Judge Devil, did you tell anyone about the hidden compartment of the chess set?
I did not.
If no one leaked our findings, then how exactly did you learn about the chisel, Warden Laguard? Because it certainly would have been you. It certainly couldn't have been you. Because it certainly couldn't have been when you checked Knight or Mr. Saint on their arrival.
Indeed, such a thing would imply an intentional oversight if it had been found, yet let through.
Precisely. So, Warden Laguard, and answer truthfully this time. Where and when did you learn about the chess set? If you won't answer, then allow me. I submit that you...
Alright, darling. There's no need to rub it in. You got me, alright?
Huh?
My question, Knight. That was when I learned about the chess set. But please, you have to believe me, I did not kill him.
One moment, Warden. This is a significant development. The court requests that you make a detailed statement on the record. Any objections, Mr. Edgeworth?
None, Your Honor.
Thank you, darlings. I'll clear up this awful misunderstanding, I promise.
Very well, go ahead, Warden Laguard. And please, tell the truth this time.
Her lies are starting to wear thin. This is my chance to expose her.
My Truth Part 2.
I said I questioned Knight, but it wasn't anything serious to understand. I make a point of talking to every new Commodore while in little home. That was no different. We just had a little chat, you might call it. And at a root talk, I had him taken back to his cell straight away.
The more she lies, the more thoroughly she seals her fate.
So simply a conversation with a new detainee? That seems entirely above board.
Exactly, Verity, darling. I knew you would understand.
Well, I don't. What proof do you have to back up your statement?
I suppose we shall see, won't we? Mr. Edgeworth, you may begin your cross-examination.
Hold it!
What did you and Knight speak about?
Oh, nothing much. Just some small talk, really. I asked him about what animals he liked and what his hobbies were.
His hobbies? Then I imagine you talked about chess?
Oh, yes. I couldn't stop talking about it, in fact. I couldn't stop him talking about it, in fact. He even had a piece of paper covered with little notes about it in his cell. At least, I think that's what they were about.
So she's seen Knight's correspondence chess diagram.
Hold it!
How was he when you spoke with him?
Oh, he was open and honest, darling.
What? That guy, Alice?
He was talking about one croissant and promoting a pawn. A prawn? I suppose he must have been hungry.
En passant, I'm promoting a pawn. It seems he spared no one from his obsession with chess.
Oh,
yeah, I already said that.
Hold it!
If he really had gone back to his cell, he would still be alive today.
You really think I murdered the poor man right there in my office, don't you? Well, what would my motive have been, darling? I told you, I barely knew him. I'm no angel. I have my grudges against Canis, but Knight had nothing to do with that animal.
She really does hate Canis. What a Laguard. I must insist that you append that statement to your testimony.
Best. Oh my god, there's a bot. There we go.
Objection!
Judge Devil, I'd like you to take a look at this.
Notes about a game of chess. What is the significance of this, Mr. Edgeworth?
It was found in Knight's cell, which is exactly what you saw it Which is exactly where you saw it too, Warden LaGuard. But you didn't just see this game in Knight's cell, did you? You've seen it in Mr. Canis' cell too.
What do you mean?
Objection!
Oh, come now. Don't tell me you haven't taken a look at the chessboard in maximum security. I imagine you watch his every move like a hawk. Or rather, I imagine you feel that doing so is your only option.
She wants to find out who his cronies are, right?
Personally, interrogating your own prisoners is highly irregular to say the least. But as you said, Mr. Canis had threatened you. He put your precious home at risk. That's why you took it upon yourself to question him. You wanted to find out who his dogs were.
And so what if I did?
You also told us that you read his letters, which means you must have known about one key fact. You knew he was playing correspondence chess. And then who should appear but Knight, carrying with him a diagram of a very particular game. We ourselves used that diagram to infer a connection between the two men, and it seems you came to the same conclusion. But in your fear, you took your reasoning one step further. You surmised that Knight was Mr. Canis' henchman, sent to kill you.
Which is the real reason she had a chat with the Brockster. If his boss wouldn't crack, maybe he would.
And when you questioned Knight, you made another discovery. For inside the chess set, you found a hidden chisel.
The murder weapon itself.
As far as you were concerned, the chisel meant one thing: Canis. Thus, you convinced yourself that Knight was working for Canis, and that is why you killed him. I see you have no more excuses. Judge Gavel, your verdict, please.
Much as it grieves me, there would appear to be little room for doubt. I hereby give my verdict. Bronco Knight was murdered by... In the name of the goddess of justice, who is it this time? Warden?
It's a joke. It's all a big stupid joke. You people just don't get it, do you?
I think we've proven that it's you who didn't understand things correctly.
Me? Please, darling. I understand it all perfectly well, thank you very much. And I understand that there is a glaring contradiction in your theory, Mr. Edgeworth.
You're just grasping at straws now. I've no time for this, Your Honor. The verdict.
I'm curious to hear what the warden has to say.
What?
Your dull Verity. I just have one last thing to say. That Mr. Edgeworth can declare himself the winner.
You rang?
Has anyone remember a certain autopsy report?
Of course, we received the finalized version only this morning.
That's right, and I was listening to what you told us about it, Verity, even if nobody else was. You said the wound was 4 inches deep.
4 inches?
Oh, wait.
Riddle me this, Edward. How does a tiny chisel make a 4-inch wound?
No!
Forgive me, oh goddess, I came perilously close to making a terrible mistake.
Looks like your theory is the one that doesn't hold water, Edward. What now,
Well, what do we do?
It'll be fine. Mr. Edgeworth always comes through. Right, sir?
Looks like to me that the Miles drawn is out of commission.
You're an attorney too, aren't you? Why don't you do something? Turn things on their head with a desperate bluff. Blurt out the first mind-blowing thing that comes to you.
Look, detective, as much as a man of action as the next guy, but without evidence, we're a creek without a paddle here. This might be the end of the road.
We can't give up now. We have to do something.
I'm certain that Warden LaGuard is the killer. It's the only explanation that fixed the facts of the case. But if this chisel wasn't the murder weapon, what other bladed weapon is there here in this facility?
It seems we still do not have all the answers, nor the evidence to provide those answers. Alas, we must wait until the trial to see this matter resolved, I'm afraid.
Objection!
Ah, come on, G. You're just giving the killer a chance to destroy the evidence. Are you calling the judicial process into question, Mr. Fender?
No, not me. Nuh-uh. I tried, Miles. Any bad ideas?
What is the real murder weapon, since it clearly is not the chisel? Confound it! This question throws everything we deduced out the window!
Nothing to add, Mr. Edgeworth. Allow me to remind you that claims not supported by sufficient evidence are subjected to the harshest penalties.
It's hopeless, I can't think of anything. I need more time. Loath as I am to admit it,
You can't give him now. Remember what Mr. Fender said. Simeon's counting on us. Without us, he's... Remember how upset he was? He was devastated. Nobody's in more pain than him over Mr. Knight's death. There's no way he did it. But if we can't save him, who will? And what's more, he believes in us. He's sitting in that cell waiting for us to bring him some good news. And I, for one, won't walk away until we have some.
okay.
Gee, Mouse, your little buddy there's quite the motivational speaker. And she's right, too. When you find yourself on the ropes, think of your client. Picture them pleading with you to help them. Doesn't that make you want to fight back as hard as you can until the very end? Think of your old man, good old Gregory. No matter how bad things looked, he'd always find a way to turn it around and save his client. And you're just like him, right? If there's any way to force a turnabout here, you're the one who'll find it. Simeon's counting on you.
Judge Yavel,
You seem to have recovered your composure, Mr. Edgeworth. But if you meant to attempt a defense, I would advise you consider the ramifications. You have repeatedly proposed misguided theories and have made numerous false accusations. If you do so again, I will have no choice but to judge you unfit to serve as prosecutor, and relieve you of your badge for good.
she's right. I have to put forward a number of theories that prove to be flawed in one way or another. Have I made some sort of fundamental oversight? Wait, she said my theories were misguided.
Nothing to say. The court will tolerate no more of your time wasting. I hereby...
Sir!
Mr. Edgeworth!
give my verdict.
That's it! I've been thinking about it the wrong way all this time. My theories were misguided. I was being misled.
The defendant seems safe.
I think it's a little soon for that, Your Honor.
I'd say it's well past due, darling. Wouldn't you agree, Verity?
Mr. Edgeworth, you may proceed.
What?
I'd like to remind you of a few things. The sighting of his dog, Helmut, the fact that he wasn't at the show, and the other factors made Mr. Canis the obvious suspect at first.
This again, Mr. Edgeworth? You seem almost proud of your blunder.
Hold it!
But what if the real killer wanted us to suspect Mr. Canis? What if it was all carefully arranged? And what if the same was true of the chisel, our purported murder weapon? Knight had been stabbed multiple times in the same place with a bladed instrument. What if he was stabbed with the chisel after the real murder weapon had been removed? Just to leave traces of blood on it for us to find. That was how the killer misled us into thinking the chisel was the murder weapon. But why mislead us in this way? Why indeed? Why is to make us think that Why make us think the chisel is the murder weapon rather than whatever was really used? And only get Canis transferred. Warden, you took advantage of what the chisel seemed to suggest.
What it suggested? What are you talking about, darling?
Hold it!
Mr. Winter, if I were to tell you the murder weapon was a chisel, what would you think?
That Mr. Canis is the killer?
And there you have it. That was the trap the warden set for us.
Oh, Mr. Canis has a bunch of chisels. So she wanted us to think it was one of his, right?
Indeed, that was our plan right from the start. To frame both Body Hammer and Canis.
Your reasoning would appear to be sound. Warden Leguard certainly seems to harbor a deep, abiding hatred for Mr. Canis. However, I think you know what I'm going to say next. That alone is not sufficient proof that Warden Leguard is the killer.
I knew that wouldn't be enough. There is only one thing that will prove it. The real murder weapon that we now know must exist.
If you cannot prove your theory, then this conversation ends here.
Objection!
If we could just find the real murder weapon.
Objection!
How many times do we have to go over this? We searched the prison from top to bottom.
This is quite correct. No other possible murder weapon has been found, so I'm afraid you're at a bit of an impasse.
Objection!
I still can prove my case yet, Your Honor, because it's still here inside this prison. This would have made sure of that.
The security gate?
I'm glad you at least remember what it is, and you remember what it does.
Of course I do, I'm not an idiot. The security gate detects metal, which means you can't bring anything metal into the prison or take it out. Oh.
Precisely. If there is another murder weapon, it cannot have been taken off the premises.
But nor can it have been brought into the prison in the first place. And so we find ourselves right where we began.
Judge Gravel,
What I am trying to tell you, Mr. Edgeworth, is that if you wish for me to believe that there is another murder weapon here in the prison, you will also have to explain to me how it got here.
alright, we know that the chisel was smuggled into the prison from inside a pocket chest set. But our contention is that the chisel is not the real murder weapon. So if the weapon came from outside of the facility, then there must have been a way to bring it in.
Yes, the question of the hour is, can you show me this alternate route?
How did the weapon Warden LaGuardia use to get into the prison? You borrowed evidence of the police to help with your investigation, is that correct?
Why, yes, sweetie. Everything related to Canis is with me now. Heaven knows how many times I've hauled the secretive scoundrel into my...
Oh, she used the knife. She used his knife. Ah, I see.
Of course! That's how! The fact that this is here with us shows how the bladed object could have been brought into the facility as well.
Take that!
Allow me to remind you of our conversation with Mr. Canis yesterday.
Yes, it was but one of my bells. Only two in existence.
Just two?
Two and only two. One for my knife, and one for my beloved helmet. Exquisitely crafted, utterly unique. My ears are my guide after all, and I must be able to use my tools precisely. Of course, as you said, the knife has long since been taken from me.
So you see, there is a way for objects to be brought into the prison unscrutinized. As part of the evidence Warden LaGuardia borrowed from the police. Mr. Canis' knife was part of the evidence in the case against him, and that evidence was brought here in the prison. Not only that, but the knife had a certain bell attached to it.
The bell that was attached to the chisel.
Correct. The killer took the bell from the knife and attached it to the chisel.
But that can't be right. The chisel only had Mr. Knight's fingerprints on it.
Easy enough to explain if the killer wore gloves. She made it look as if the chisel was the murder weapon, then attached the bell to it. In doing so, she made sure that all the evidence pointed to Mr. Canis. And who had access to the evidence from which the bell was taken? Why, only the person whom had been entrusted.
Who was it, sir? Who's been missing with the evidence?
I believe that would be you. Isn't that correct, Warden LaGuardia?
Well, it's not exactly rare, you know. Anybody could have set that up.
Objection!
Unluckily for you, that isn't quite true. Those particular bells are unique, because there are only two of them in existence.
What?
By attaching that bell to the chisel, you're as good as declared yourself the killer.
But you don't have any proof that knife was ever even here to begin with.
Hold it!
I don't. Not yet anyway. Mr. Winner, I'd like you to order another search of the prison right away.
Huh? But what if you do find something that's going to make things awkward for me?
This isn't about what's convenient for you. You have to find the truth. You are a prosecutor, aren't you?
Well, yeah, but, you know.
This worthless excuse for a prosecutor. If I had an investigative authority, I would be sitting on it.
Anyway, it's not my decision to make. The warden would have to authorize it.
You know full well that she will do no such thing. You have the power to insist on a search. Use it.
Sorry, darling, but not without that evidence.
The goddess of justice cannot bestow her blessings on those who lack the proof to support their claims.
Our work here is done. The rest of the matter will have to be settled in the courtroom.
No, if we give Regard the opportunity, she'll destroy whatever evidence is left. I have to object. I have to stop them. But what do I say? I don't have anything concrete to offer. What am I thinking? I'm never this reckless. No, I can't back down now. We're gonna put everything on the line. I'm not a prosecutor right now. I'm an ace attorney. I'm an associate attorney with the client to defend. Only I could say Mr. Saint, and that means... Even if my chances are 1,000,000 to 1, it's still worth a shot. It's now or never. Should I object? Object. I suppose this must be how a certain serial bluffer always feels. That damn Phoenix Wright who keeps beating me in all those cases. Regardless, I cannot walk away.
Objection!
Wait, Your Honor.
This had better be good, Mr. Edgeworth.
I've got it.
Got what exactly?
The real murder weapon, of course. I know where Mr. Candace's knife is.
Do you really, Mr. Edgeworth?
I do. Not at all.
If I did not know any better, I would say that you were bluffing.
Huh. You wound me, Honor. I don't know the meaning of the word. Grr. This is terrible for my heart.
There is no record. It's not here, I tell you. Well, would you be so kind as to enlighten us? Where is the real murder weapon?
Think, Miles. Think. Somewhere not even the police would search. A blind spot in the zoo. A hiding place the warden could be absolutely sure of. A hiding place? No.
If you insist, come on, Helmut. Open up.
Yeah, she hid it in her alligator. That's what the metal detector was going off.
Did she use the same trick? Well, that's ridiculous, isn't it? But the more I think about it, how many foolproof ways to evade detection could there be?
Mr. Edgeworth, how long do you intend to keep us waiting?
There's the faintest possibility I'm right, but if I'm wrong, we stand to lose everything. Your Honor, this is where the real murder weapon is hidden.
Take that!
Take that, bitch.
Here, in the yard.
Indeed.
I don't believe I understand. Would you care to explain a little more?
Where exactly is the real murder weapon hidden? In the alligator.
Take that!
In the mouth, specifically. Of course. That's what it must have been. What's the matter, Detective?
The metal detector, sir. It's, reacting to the alligator.
What? How?
The metal detector was reacting to something inside her after all. Your Honor, I'd like to remind you of this piece of evidence.
The chisel?
Didn't we just figure out that this isn't the murder weapon?
You might recall that Mr. Canis hid his chisel in his dog's mouth. Would you believe that the real murder weapon was hidden in much the same way? That's right. The murder weapon is hidden inside the alligator in that pond over there.
What? No way!
We decided that we detected the presence of a metallic object during our earlier investigation. Judge Gavel, we need to know what's inside that alligator.
Understood. Then we will need to summon a veterinarian.
I'm sure I could give it the little sweetie to open up for us. I'd be happy to give it a try.
Please, by all means. Warden LaGuard, the real murder weapon is about to be revealed. Why not do the right thing and confess?
I have nothing to confess.
As you wish. And you can simply wait and watch as your lies are exposed.
Sir, we got it!
That has to be it.
It's over, Fifi LaGuard. The real murder weapon was Bodhi Harmer's Canis' knife, making you the only person who could have killed Bronco Knight.
Epic freak out.
I'm not the criminal here. This is all Candace is doing. I did the right thing. Knight was a threat. He was Candace's lapdog. Because that despicable man, Candace. Why did he have to come and ruin my perfect little home? We could have been happy forever if it wasn't for him. He ruined my paradise on earth. He ruined everything. Curse him. Curse that pitiless butcher, that awful, terrible, despicable man. Curse him.
Her coat was literally made out of her dog's. Oh, that's funny.
March 29th, 12:34 p.m. Detention Center. Corridor.
Prosecutor Thwinner, sir. The tests have just come back.
Thwinner? I guess we've all been under a lot of stress.
Traces of Bronco Knight's blood were found on Mr. Candace's knife. It's just like you said, sir. Congratulations on a stunning victory.
Thank you, officer. Excellent work. You can continue complimenting me if you like.
Yes, sir. Thwinner wins again. I think I'm butting up a little.
With wage?
Excellent work, Eustace. Just a few loose ends to tie up and we're done.
Huh? What are you talking about? I just solved the case, didn't I?
Bitch, I solved the case. We have yet to confirm whether or not Knight was really working for Mr. Candace. It would be vital to know if Warden Leguard was simply jumping to conclusions on that front. There's Clueless, and there's you.
Well, I guess we better get back to our investigation. Alright, officer, you're with me. You're about to see the winner win a whole lot more. Prepare to witness first-rate investigative talent in action.
Yes, sir. I'm right with you, sir. Can't wait to watch you at work.
It's winning time! Away!
I expect this case will cause quite a stir. The attempted murder of a president is news enough, and now his would-be assassin has been murdered.
But Knight never sought to kill the president in the first place.
The truth is not always as important as it might seem, Mr. Edgeworth, in the eyes of both society and the law.
How can you even say that?
You do not have to believe me, however. As a prosecutor, Mr. Edgeworth is obligated to accept that this is the reality of the world he operates in.
Being a prosecutor is about more than proving people guilty. That's what I believe.
We are all free to believe as we choose, but the law is not to be toyed with for our own personal goals. If you refuse to accept this, then you must be prepared to suffer the consequences.
What does that even mean? Wait, you're not gonna take his...
I'm afraid I must be going now. Farewell, Mr. Edgeworth.
Judge Javel is right. There must be only one set of laws for everyone. But if following the law means sacrificing the truth, can I really do that in good conscience?
Simeon, you're out! Hi, Regina! Is everything alright? They did let you out, right? Yeah. But I'm so confused about what's going on. Some guy just came in and said I was free to go. And that I have Mr. Edgeworth to thank. You sure do. Mr. Edgeworth found out who the real killer is. Wow, really? You did that for me, Mr. Edgeworth? Oh no. Stop staring at me like that. I'm innocent, I swear. Don't pull the rug under me now. Stop it, silly. It's true. He saved you. So say thanks already. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Edgeworth. Thank you. And a great big Regina Berry thank you from me too.
Mr. Saint talking directly to me. Small victories, I suppose.
Can I just ask one more question, Mr. Attorney?
Sure. I'm not actually an attorney, though.
I thought Bronco was my friend. No, my best friend. I trusted him, but now... Well, it's just, I never knew. I never would have believed that he could have hated somebody enough to want to kill them. If he kept something like that from me, then he never really trusted me, did he? That's not true, Simeon. Of course he trusted you. No, he didn't. If he just told me, I could have stopped him. I could have told him that hate never helps, that he had to let all this go, to let go of all that stuff.
Mr. Saint, I think you're forgetting something. I should show him the thing that proves Knight trusted him. The chess set.
Take that!
It's the chest that I brought for him.
Knight had hidden a chisel inside. I imagine he meant to use it to escape.
What? You mean he was using me?
No, he believed in you. He knew he could count on you to bring it, and that you would never be so untrusting as to look inside. I imagine that by not telling you, he was hoping he could keep you from getting caught up in his mess.
Oh, but Rocco, why didn't you tell me? At least you understand now, right, Simeon? I'm sure he does. He may not show it, but Simeon's no dummy. A good night's sleep and he'll be completely over this whole thing by tomorrow.
That's not as complimentary as you think it is.
I'll try. I have to for Rocco. I have to show him I can become the best animal tamer out there.
That's the spirit.
Oh, I almost forgot. We are doing a new show soon. I'd love if you could come, Mr. Edgeworth. I'll be joining Regina on stage for this one. That's right, the Very Big Circus is the biggest, most fabulous event in town. You'll have oodles of fun. Sounds great, doesn't it, Mr. Edgeworth? Come on, you have to go.
Well, I'll think about it.
Alright, Simeon, we got some training to do. I think it's time you and Regent got acquainted. What? Regent the tiger? No way, I can't. No. Oh, you'll be fine, silly. You never meet a nicer kitty cat. I can't. Please, Regina, anything but that, please.
Another satisfied customer. Well, that was really something, Smiles. Talking about pulling it out of the bag.
I couldn't have done it without you, Fender. Without your timely intervention, she would have gotten away. Besides, I have you to thank for even being able to investigate in the first place.
Oh, stop it. Pat me on the back any hard and you might just make me blush. Or topple over.
I suppose I would be asking too much for you to take this seriously.
Seriously, Miles? My friend, I'm always serious. Anyway, how does it feel to save an innocent client? That's what it means to be an attorney, after all.
To be an attorney.
Gotta say, I had a blast. Reminded me of the good old days. Like Gregory was standing there right beside me. It's been like a zillion years since I felt this warm and fuzzy on the job.
That's good? Bittersweet? I'm not sure.
Say, Miles, you ever thought about going into the defense game full time?
Excuse me?
You know, pick up where Gregory left off. Get out there and actually help people. Hey, pal, don't get any big ideas. Mr. Edgeworth ain't about to switch sides. Why not? Coming over to the light side's all the rage. Everybody's doing it these days.
Come on, Mr. Fender, you know it's not about that.
Chill, team, chill. Don't get it twisted. I was just asking a perfectly innocent question.
No, you weren't.
There you were. Looks like you got a mean defense team there yourself, Miles.
Fender, I am a prosecutor.
Yep, and I'm an attorney. You could be one too. I'm serious. Well, I said my piece. You change your mind, you know who to call. I'll be waiting.
Following my father's footsteps. Could I really do such a thing?
I'm going to become a defense attorney, just like my dad.
An attorney, like my father. Me.
Hell yeah. The end, baby!
And we're gonna end the stream here. Farewell for now. And, well, see you in the next stream, which is on my Saturday in New Zealand time. Yes.